Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 International Conference of the Korean Society of Arts and Cultural Management. 안녕하세요. 여러분, 2021년 한국문화예술경영학회 국제학술대회에 참석해 주심을 환영합니다. 저는 이번 학술대회 조직위원장인 홍익대학교 문화예술경영학과 장홍조 교수입니다. 이번 학술대회는 국제학술대회로 치러지므로 마지막 라운드 테이블 토론 전까지는 모두 영어로 진행될 예정입니다. 한국어로 동시 통역이 지원되므로 한국어로 들으실 분은 현재 줌 창 아래 오른쪽에 위치한 통역 버튼을 눌러주시면 되겠습니다. 아울러 오늘 발표하실 분들의 초록이 실려있는 프로그램의 PDF 파일이 한국문화예술경영학회 홈페이지 www.KOSACM.org를 통해 배포되오니 참고하시기 바랍니다. Okay, let me introduce myself first. I am Ung-jo Chang, co-chair of the scientific committee of the Korean Society of Arts and Cultural Management and associate professor of Arts and Cultural Management at Hongik University in Seoul. Arts and cultural management in Korea is rapidly growing into a leading force in the nonprofit and for-profit arts sectors, as well as business management generally. The field is attracting a large number of talented students who are preparing themselves for careers in the creative sector. However, in early 2020, when COVID-19 hit, the arts community faced an unprecedented crisis. Virtually, all arts venues were forced to close, and the majority of the arts workers were out of jobs. Although we do see some recovery due to the vaccine and stringent public health measures, the impacts from this last year will ripple through the arts community for years to come. We have convened this conference to engage with leading scholars in our field as we create our vision for moving forward in a post-pandemic world. So, the theme of today's conference is International Perspectives on Arts and Cultural Management, Research and Education in the COVID-19 era. We are very fortunate to have a distinguished slate of international scholars, each with decades of research and education in the arts, share their perspectives on the challenges and opportunities of this extraordinary moment. Dr. Margaret Wojciechowski, Professor Emerita of Arts Administration, Education, and Policy at The Ohio State University, will open the conference with a plenary talk titled Chasing Resilience, Cultivating the Arts Post-COVID-19. First, though, I would like to introduce our president of the Korean Society of Arts and Cultural Management, Dr. Seung-Wan Ryu, Professor of Arts and Cultural Management at Jungwon University in Seoul, to give some opening remarks on today's conference. President Ryu. President, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Ung-jo. I'm very pleased to announce the opening of the 2021 International Conference on International Perspectives on Art and Cultural Management, Research and Education in the COVID-19 era. This conference is hosted by the Korean Society of Arts and Cultural Management and generously sponsored by the National Research Foundation of Korea and the Korean Arts Management Service. The worldwide impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has inflicted incalculable damage on the social, political, economic, and the cultural realm. The arts and cultural sector has been particularly hard hit. However, humanity is resilient. We have survived and overcome many challenges. As dire as the situation is in the arts and cultural sector, we have a unique opportunity to shape the arts in the post-pandemic world. For the new and better normal. Today, we will hear the foremost thinkers in our field share their vision for overcoming the COVID-19 pandemic and rebuilding the art and cultural sector worldwide. We welcome all of you from around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, President Ryu. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Margaret Wijomoski. She came to the Ohio State University in 1998 with a wealth of experience and scholarship. In 1990, she joined the National Endowment for the Arts as the staff director of the Bipartisan Independent Commission. She then became the agency's director for policy planning, research, and budget. She has been on the faculty of Dickens College and Rutgers, Cornell, Georgetown, and Case Western Reserve Universities. She has published and consulted on topics ranging from public art, arts entrepreneurship, public funding for the arts, cultural policy design and transfer, and international cultural relations. Her books, which became canons in the field of arts management and cultural policy, include America's Commitment to Culture with Kevin Mulcahy, Arts, Ideology and Politics with the late Judith Balfa, and Understanding the Arts and Creative Sector in the United States with Joni Cherbo and Ruth Ann Stewart. Currently, she's working on projects concerning professionalism in the arts and America's international cultural relations. I have been very blessed to have Dr. Wijomoski as my advisor, colleague, collaborator, and friend. And please welcome Dr. Margaret Wijomoski. Margaret?
Hello, Wong Jo. Okay.
Margaret, will you unmute your video? So.
Unmuted. Got me?
I don't see you yet, so I think you have to unmute your video. Yes, it's working now. Yes, great.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that lovely introduction. It just tells our audience how long you and I have been associated with one another. And thank you to your president and to the society for inviting me today. As you can see, both of the gentlemen who spoke ahead of me had the word resilience in their topics. And resilience is apparently the word of the day. Everyone is talking about resilience. Just to give you a couple of examples from the American situation, the American Association for Museums 2021 conference is called Resilient Together. The South by Southwest Music and Media Conference and Festival that happens in Austin every year is called Cultural Resilience in the Arts this year. And the Wallace Foundation has issued a new report on the impact of COVID, in which it focuses on the need for relevance and resilience. So we are all chasing resilience at this point. So next slide, please. All right, now we all have a general understanding of what resilience means. At the simplest level, it's absorbing and bouncing back from shocks or disturbances. Now, that sounds simple, but it actually takes a lot more to understand what resilience means and what it can do. It includes having to have an understanding of the nature of the shocks or the disturbances. It requires an understanding and kind of a baseline of the pre-shock condition of any of the affected entities. And it also requires clarity about actually understanding what bouncing back can and will mean. Next slide. So this gives you a general idea of the order that we're going to go through today. I'm not going to read this, but we're going to start with really an understanding of the conception of resilience. Next slide. Because the COVID pandemic created such a ripple effect of multiple shocks to the system. We're really talking about not one shock, but many shocks. It started as a public health shock, turned into an economic shock, and turned into social and all kinds of other industry shocks. The effect was that all businesses and activities largely shut down unless they were essential sectors of business. The arts and entertainment were not considered essential and therefore basically shut down as of mid-March 2020. The sheer scope and suddenness of the shutdown was a shock to organizations across their entire triple bottom line. And I'm going to be talking mostly about organizations today. So the triple bottom line includes artistic programming, financial and operating revenues, and public value activities. All of these things were affected differently by the shock of the pandemic. And then, of course, freelance and self-employed artists were also basically put out of business, as most of their portfolio options for employment were also shut down. Next slide. Furthermore, in the summer of 2020, the United States had another major shock to its system when the killing of George Floyd by policemen in late May prompted the Black Lives Matter movement calling for an end to systemic racism in America. As protest marches and other kinds of activities persisted throughout the summer, many institutions across American society were beginning to re-examine their attitudes, assumptions, and activities with an eye towards improving diversity and equity as a form of social justice. This would have important shocks for the organizational relational capacity of resilient organizations. Next slide. All right, so it seems that we're all looking for resilience, but what are we looking for? Will resilience always look the same? What is the goal of resilience? If we've got it, what does it do for us? And how is this going to change? Just beginning to think about the nature of the shock, the nature of the status quo ante, and the different kinds of goals that may be involved begins to tell us that we're all looking for very different kinds of things, and it's likely to change on us as the recovery increases. Next, please. So let's go back to basics. Resilience. Resilience is a concept that's become more obvious in the last 4 decades. It started as an engineering idea, rapidly moved on to sciences like psychology for individual resilience, ecology for environmental resilience, moved through social sciences and into a number of different kinds of applied planning activities. With such wide use, it's maybe not unusual that we would find that there's not a unified understanding or application of the term, but the term is persistent. One thing we know is that it's a multi-level idea because we can see it at the individual level, the organizational level, the system level, or an ecological level. Some people even think of this as a kind of resilience thinking, a frame of mind, a paradigm, a metaphor that we can use to address complex problems. Next, please. All right, so first we wanted to think about what are common resilience frameworks, because these frameworks are not commonly applied to the arts and cultural sector. So you go back to that original simple meaning, absorbing and bouncing back from shocks or disturbances. Well, the engineering resilience starts with an assumption that the status quo ante was really a steady state point of equilibrium. So that if we're bouncing back to something, it is a state of equilibrium that was considered normal. Now, systems resilience takes a different view of the world and makes different assumptions. It assumes that systems are by nature dynamic and undergoing constant change. They are not steady state equilibriums. Given that kind of morphability, resilient systems really are talking about maintaining the functionality or the purpose of whatever the entity you're talking about being resilient. For shorthand, we could say that means for an arts organization, maintaining its triple bottom line in some kind of balance between artistry, operations and economics, and public purpose. It also, one thing we also want to understand here with systems reliance is that organizations can be considered systems, and they may have a collection of internal subsystems, like a marketing system or a programming system or a fundraising system. All right, so already we're beginning to see that things are getting more complex as we start to talk about what resilience means. We move on to the next slide. We take on the idea of complex adaptive systems. This increases the magnitude of complexity significantly, because here we're talking about not only multiple systems, but multiple different kinds of systems. Financial systems, creative systems, political systems, social systems and social resilience, ecological systems. All right, as we increase the number of systems, the number of kind of systems, and then we make them interdependent on one another, we also basically are saying that we have to have a larger adaptive capacity, and that adaptive capacity looks not only backwards, but also looks forward with a capacity for forward planning. And that there are many different kinds of coming back. In fact, you can see a spectrum in the literature that goes from survival to restoration, to recovery, to adaptation, to sustainability, to thriving, and perhaps to transformation. That's 7 different possible goals for resilience. And given the COVID situation, we're probably going to be moving through more than 1 or 2 or many of these stages of recovery. All right, so again, survival, restoration, recovery, adaptation, sustainability, thriving, and transformation. Next slide. Since we're talking about organizations, we need to have a little bit more sense of what dimensions are we talking about of organizational resilience capacity. Okay, so what is the capacity organizations have to be resilient? And 4 different factors are typically looked at. Latitude, which is the maximum amount a system can change without losing its ability to recover. Resistance, which is sort of the opposite of that. It's the ease or difficulty in which a system changes. So how resistant or how flexible is an arts organization to deal with shocks to the system? The 2 of these then begin to give us a sense of the precariousness of the organization. In other words, how close to its prior operating performance is the system at its limits? All right, and you're going to see in one of the examples we look at, the organization to begin with was precarious and had been precarious for the last couple of years, so that their prior situation is not really a strong situation to come back to. And this will change from one organization to another. So being able to use these characteristics is going to help us understand the resilience of organizations. And then the last dimension is panarchy. Now, this is a term that seems to have been invented for looking at resilience, and there's not even a dictionary definition of this term, really. It shows up only in the literature. And what we're really talking about here is the interaction of all of these different elements and these different levels of resilience, and how they interact with one another on multiple levels. Okay, so that we're talking about one organization operating and its resilience, the resilience of other organizations in its field, or perhaps in its community, other organizations of its size. We're talking about the intensity and the duration of the shock and the disturbance. We're talking about the attention span of things like governments and policy agendas that are trying to help restore and revive these organizations and help their resilience, so that there is a constant interdependence of these organizations working at state, local, organization, even individual scales. And they're trying to capture this interaction. Okay, next. And finally, organizational resilience is thought of as having two big clusters in it. Operational resilience, which is what we're going to see a lot of the dimensions being talked about, but the other one is relational resilience. And so operations is basically the management of the organization. The relationship resilience is the management of the people and the personnel within the organization, as well as with others that they work with outside of the organization. Their networks, their collaborators, their partners, their patrons, their audiences, okay? And the combination of both of these give you a sense of what organizational dimension is. And you'll see that in the arts, and as we come out of the COVID pandemic, the equity and social justice movement is a relational factor. You see a number of organizations changing leaderships now or is planning it in the near future, which will mean recalibrating organizational internal and external relationships. And you'll also see that a number of activities are happening around unionization, which also includes a lot of internal relational resilience and change. Okay, that's the quick primer on resilience and how we think about it. So let's move into the actual shocks of the pandemic. Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to be using information from these two reports noticed here. One was done by the New York State Comptroller, which was released in February of 2021. And the second one is a report done by the Department of Cultural Affairs in collaboration with Americans for the Arts and the Southern Methodist University Data Arts Program, which came out in June of 2020. Now, both of these reports use slightly different definitions of what they're talking about when they talk about the arts. In the New York case, it's the arts, entertainment, and recreation sector, which you'll see the definition of there, which has 3 subsectors. And in the DCA system, they were talking mostly about arts organizations as we would think about them as arts managers, but including support and advocacy organizations drawn from a universe of New York City applicants for cultural affairs funding. Next, please. All right, I'm not going to go through all of these, but this gives you some sense of how many establishments we're talking about in the New York City case. And we're starting with New York City. What the salary levels were, what the total wages are, what the number of jobs are. They also included almost 89,000 self-employed or independent contracting artists, so we were getting the independent artists as well. The other survey had a different sense of employment levels, unemployment levels, and total financial losses. All right, these numbers are going to keep changing as we keep sampling the status of the recovery and the shocks, but they give you some sense that the sector for the arts and culture in New York City, as we all would have suspected, is larger than the national average in terms of private sector jobs and in terms of the number of firms. Next, please. Okay, I mentioned that this sector had 3 subsectors. So in the New York City situation, the performing arts are linked with the spectator sports, and it's hard to get information out of the report that doesn't combine these factors. But again, it's a suggestion of what we're talking about. Performing arts and spectator sports is the biggest part of this, which accounts for about 50% of the jobs in New York. Then we have amusements, gambling, and recreation. And then we have museums, and we come back to basically our typical constituents again. Museums were allowed to open up earlier than most of the other organizations in this sector. And we can see, again, that sort of the number of residents that were included. Sometimes we're talking about jobs, sometimes we're talking about residents, but the terms give us a sense of the dimensions. Next, please. So if we look at those dimensions that are largely operational, okay, we can start to get some sense of the actual impact. So the statewide cultural workers declined by 66%, the largest decline across all employment sectors in New York City. All right, so when you say that this sector is more hit than others, this is a more serious shock than has hit most other sectors. Amidst this, the budgets for these organizations have been decimated. There is not an expectation that revenues will bounce back quickly, given the capacity limits, the limited ticket sales, and the staggered comeback. Among these arts organizations in the city, arts organizations suffered the greatest loss of jobs, which is understandable considering they were hit by a double shockwave. The shutdown of not only arts organizations, but the shutdown of in-person education. And then finally, the sector, the arts, entertainment, and recreation sector, as of February 2021, was the only major sector in the city that remains below half of its pre-pandemic level. So again, the arts are taking a stronger shock on a number of different dimensions than most of the other sectors in the state. Next. If we also think that these shocks can have impacts that are not financial or job related, but they start changing in the way they are operating. Okay, we see that 95% of the arts organizations canceled programs, that they expected a deficit of at least 26%, but if you look by size, basically 11% of all of the arts organizations surveyed did not think they would survive. And the smaller organizations had even a stronger reaction to this, and more of them feared they would not survive. Of course, both the museums and the performing arts organizations saw major decreases in audience attendance, and this gives you some sense of the scale of it. And as the general manager of the Metropolitan Opera said, the residual fallout of this is going to go on for several years. So we're beginning to see an expectation of a long recovery period. Next. Now, amidst this, we're not only changing operations, we're rethinking norms. For instance, under new rules by the American Arts Museum Directors Association, museums have a 2-year window of more latitude to consider deaccessioning and selling artworks from their collection to pay some of the bills of operating for care collection and for diversity expansion. Many performing arts who have spent decades arguing that live experience of the arts is a very different creature than a mediated experience in the arts, have started streaming both live and tape performances for free or for fees or for suggested donations during the pandemic period. So we're rethinking this notion of live experience and how that can be transferred into virtual experience. Artists and arts organizations are doing more to organize internet classes and seminars, undertaking more educational activities. Even fundraising is being reconsidered as not a live personal social event, but a virtual event. And then many of the performing arts companies are renegotiating new workers' contracts and realize this is a big change because for years now, union contracts in the arts have been working to improve working conditions, increase wages, and increase working time. To renegotiate union contracts for salary cuts that'll go on for the next 2, 3, sometimes 4 or 5 years is a real change of thinking about relations within the workforce of arts organizations. And finally, some other final last impacts. Next slide, please. Musicians and artists have always been attracted to big cities like New York that have been cultural hubs. In the pandemic, we've seen some indications that musicians have begun to relocate as cities become expensive and the pandemic makes jobs difficult. One report suggested that 40% of the Metropolitan Opera left the New York City Opera, the New York City area. 40% of their orchestra left the city. Another 10% retired. That means 50% of the Met's musicians are not likely to be in a position to return. We also see that many artists, particularly independent artists, find themselves relying on unemployment benefits, which again is a change because many of the freelance artists weren't eligible for unemployment insurance given their freelance work mode. This has been changed because federal aid has triggered state aid, and both of them have expanded eligibility for unemployment benefits for freelance workers. Museums have also started engaging in unionization. And what's interesting is not only are they forming unions, but they're choosing their representation in the union world from the United Auto Workers. And finally, even Broadway ticket arrangements are being rethought. Typically, most ticket sales went through Ticketmaster. A major group of Broadway theaters, the Jujamison theaters, have shifted their ticketing from Ticketmaster to another vendor, SeatGeek, who is primarily known for working with sporting events and West End Theatre in London. All right, so it means these are indications that when we come back to whatever the new normal is, what we thought we knew about how we operated might be changing. Next, please. All right, so what's been happening to try to assist arts organizations in New York City during the pandemic and now as we come out of it? We find that in New York and at all levels, New York City level, the state level, and even the federal level with the National Endowment for the Arts, all these different grant agencies have been changing their annual grant-making processes. They have renegotiated the conditions of existing grants and the expectations and plans for performances and activities to accommodate the COVID. In the situation of New York City, they've dedicated more support to art education programs, turning them into a critical resource for parents under the new virtual education procedures. Everybody has also been changing the allocation, trying to sort of get the formula of support to different size organizations better calibrated. In New York City, out of the 1,000+ grantees, everybody got a larger allocation this year than in the past, with the largest increases going to the smallest organizations. Okay, so we're trying to target support and relief to organizations by their size. At the city council level, they've been basically trying to facilitate different kinds of comeback mechanisms, as well as provide technical support for dealing with the city on all kinds of programs that they might have to deal with up-to-date information, regulations, and actual grants applications. At the governor's level, the governor has not only had the State Arts Council continuing its annual awards, but he's also arranged a partnership with the Mellon Foundation to award grants to out-of-work independent artists and to community arts workers. And again, it's facilitating certain kinds of return and sort of incidental performances and activities. Next slide. At the federal level, we've got a lot of activity happening, but very little of it has been targeted in the arts. But the arts have often been included in much broader kinds of relief efforts. Okay, so the Corona Aid Relief and Economic Package, CARES Act of March of 2020, had a number of different programs included in this, and the arts were involved in all of these programs. The Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, which gave unemployment insurance, including to independent contractors and self-employed workers, for 39 weeks that ran through the end of 2020. The Pandemic Unemployment Compensation, which added another $600 to begin with that was to go through July of 2020. The Paycheck Protection Program, which went to organization and business owners and firms to try to help them subsidize continuing to pay their workforce so that they would be ready and in place in order to be able to come back quickly. The first round of this went out very quickly and often missed some of the smaller organizations, including arts organizations. The Small Business Administration had an existing program, the Economic Injury Disaster loans, and this was expanded to reach more people during the pandemic. And the most earmarked piece that came up was earmarked cultural funds to 3 federal agencies to distribute grants in addition to their existing grants, so that the National Endowment for the Arts and for the Humanities each received $75 million to distribute as COVID relief aid, and the Institute for Museum and Library Services received another $50 million. Next, the second installment of federal aid was an extension of the CARES Act that came out in December of 2020. This added another 11 weeks of unemployment through March of 2021 and cut the $600 additional unemployment aid from $600 a week to $300 a week. They also reopened the Paycheck Protection Program, which had spent all of its money, its allocated money, and added another $284 billion in funding, tinkered with some of the targets and the requirements of the program, and a number of these loans reached the performing arts sector and museums. So it reached the arts more here, but realized this is coming after basically 9 months of the pandemic and the shutdown. They also earmarked a new fund, $15 billion, for what they called the shuttered arts venues, which went to live venues, movie theaters, and museums to be distributed by the Small Business Administration. And the city, again, came in with technical assistance to try to maximize the ability of arts organizations to actually apply for these loans. Loans could go up to $10 million apiece, and the revenue losses would start at 90% of losses being the first applicants to have eligibility. This sounds wonderful. The problem is that the Small Business Administration has been overwhelmed by what it's been trying to do during the COVID. And out of 14,000 applications that actually came in under this new program, so far only 90 awards have been made because they're running into technical problems with masses of grant applications being kicked out of the system because of name problems, of identity problems. They're working on trying to get that. So even though some of this aid is available, it's not being distributed as quickly as many people would like. All right, so again, this gives us some idea of what kind of assistance is happening as part of the recovery. Next, please. All right, so I'm going to change scale on you. I want to go to the scale of an organization. And I picked the largest organization in the country and in New York City, which is the Metropolitan Opera. And I picked it as a case of operational disruptions and particularly relational resilience. All right, the Met was in perilous financial situation even before the virus struck. It had been running at a deficit for the last few years. It had not been bringing in as much box office as it had historically as a proportion. And when it shut down in March, it lost $150 million in cancellation, facing it with one of the gravest crises it had ever had in its 137-year history. So looking at this, here is an organization with a well-established, storied background and track record that comes into the pandemic period being in a precarious position with some of its latitude already constricted. All right, so if this can happen to even the most prestigious of organizations, we can imagine what else is happening as we look at other organizations in the sector. It did also, though, show some resilience in changing its programming for its opening. For the first time in its history, the Met was going to open the new season it hoped to have start in September of 2021 with Terence Blanchard's Fire Shut Up in My Bones, which is the first opera by a Black composer in its history. And as was said in the announcement, it was an effort to come back in a way that demonstrates the Met's social responsibility. In other words, in response to the Black Lives Matter movement. Next slide. All right, now unions. The Metropolitan, being the large organization that it is, actually works with 15 different unions to keep its operations running. When the pandemic hit, it furloughed over 1,000 of its employees without pay in April. So a month after the pandemic hit, it had furloughed most of its employees, although it did continue to pay for health insurance. 9 months later, in late November, it offered its unions a cut rate pay plan of $1,500 a week for the duration of the layoff if the unions accepted long-term pay cuts of 30%, with a promise of restoring 15% of that cut once the Met's box office returned to pre-pandemic levels. Okay, so this is a significant renegotiating of the wage structure inside the organization. The stagehand union rejected the offer, was locked out of the house in December, and part of its work, which would be set construction for upcoming productions, was actually offshored to a set construction company in Wales. The conflict has continued between the stagehands and the Met. The stagehands held a rally outside of the Opera House on May 13th, in which the president of the union declared that the lockout would turn to a strike until the company did the right thing for our contract. And if it turns into a strike, they plan to try to strike the opening that's projected for September. Next slide, please. There are obviously other unions involved in this. They made another offer in January of 21, which was accepted by the American Guild of Musical Artists, which represents choristers, dancers, and other artists. This new contract was a 4-year contract, which had modest pay cuts, not draconian ones of 30%. It involved moving the members' health insurance plan out of the Opera House and into the union's insurance plan, some minor reductions in the size of the chorus, a promise for restoration of full pay after 3 years with no contingency to box office levels, and also have made some provisions for diversity information monitoring and training activities inside the organization. Meanwhile, the American Federation of Musicians continued to criticize the Met not only for the contract negotiations, but for not using union musicians for the New Year's Eve gala or the Met Stars live performances from Europe. So what we're seeing is some rocky relational activities going on between the Met and its unions and its members and its staff that will be a long-term impact on the resilience and the comeback of the opera company. And this is probably more obvious than in many other organizations because there are so many kinds of different relational activities within the house. All right, just one small piece of a much larger story. So let me make some final notices about general observations about resilience. Next slide. As we all know, this is not one shock. It's a series of multiple and rolling shocks that are not going to be consistent in their impact from one place to another. The duration of the shutdown has been uncertain, and the reopening is going to be probably staggered and differential as we move from one community to another one set of organizations to another, one set of artists to another. It's also prompted a disruption of the family work balance. The Black Lives Matter movement has increased the likelihood of relational differences and challenges in organizational resilience. Next slide. Latitude limits and precariousness have made very high demands for survival, organizational survival, and much public assistance to this point has also focused on survival. Thinking about the later stages of recovery, of restoration, of adaptation, are going to require rethinking what can be done, who can help, and what kind of help will be forthcoming. Obviously, the recovery time will be much longer than the shutdown period was. And finally, we're also seeing additional changes to leadership as longtime executives, giving you two examples of people who have been the artistic director of major institutions in New York for over 30 years, announcing that they're leaving, and that will mean wholesale renegotiating relational resilience for these organizations. Next slide. So in conclusion, resilience is clearly a moving target. We all want to find it, hence we're chasing it, but it's a moving target. It means resilience is likely to mean something different to each organization, and that there may not be best practices, but only appropriate practices. Resilience will differ depending on how precarious the organizations were before COVID. Individual artists and arts organizations will differ in their resilience and their recovery period, depending on the local environment in which they're operating. Resilience will depend on the internal disruptions and the costs of COVID's shutdown processes, particularly when it comes to relational resilience. And finally, the demands for social justice change for equity and diversity will also make new demands and additional demands on top of the COVID ones. So finally, next slide. Chasing resilience is going to be a long-term quest that is likely to change in terms of the goalpost. We'll move from survival to recovery. Many will move from recovery into something more like restoration, but will restoration be enough? And given the nature of the shocks, it probably won't be. So we're talking about a period of adaptation, and at least I hope I have given you, next slide, something of a shopping list of thinking about strategizing for resilience. 5 suggestions. Think about the targeted resilience outcome that you are striving for. Understand the nature, the intensity, and the numbers of the shocks and the kind of impact they've had. Consider what your organizational functionality is. What is it you're preserving? Probably not standard operating procedures anymore, but you may be changing your artistic mission to some extent. You may be rethinking your finances. You may be reconstructing or changing the balance of public value activities. Organizational resilience is not just operational, it's also relational. And lastly, resilience capacity of an organization depends on the frameworks. What are you aiming for? Your assumptions, your frameworks, your outcomes, and your capacity, your latitude, your resistance, your precariousness, and your panarchy. And thank you.
Wow. Dr. Rizumuski, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the great speech analyzing Americans struggling to recultivate the arts with the lens of resilience, strategizing with a variety of actual cases. Thank you. And you again have me to think through and forward about resilience, which has been a sort of trendy, fancy, or consumed term these days. Thank you for that. You again gave me a lot of assignments. Thank you. Now, let me move our mic and camera to the plenary sessions discussant, Dr. Young-Ah Ko. She is Assistant Professor of Arts Management at Miami University in the United States. Dr. Ko, would you please share your feedback?
Thank you, Ung-jo. And thank you, Margaret, for your informative and forward-looking keynote, which was very inspiring for all of us. So I'm going to briefly share some of my thoughts on the points that I particularly noted from your keynote before I turn it back over to Ung-jo for some possible Q&A from the floor. So first of all, I'm sure myself and many of my colleagues on the floor have found Margaret's keynotes to be very timely and relevant, although we are in different places around the world, literally. Because perhaps, at least in the US, arts have been the hardest hit by the pandemic here in the US and elsewhere. And we have talked a lot about the need of resilience in the arts, but no one really talks about what the actual meaning of that is. And I think Margaret's keynote really helped me and most of my colleagues elucidate what resilience might mean and would look like in the arts. Another thing is that I assume that the general overview of what happened in the US in terms of the impact of COVID in the arts industry, as well as the specific cases of Metropolitan Opera that you shared, Margaret, was helpful for colleagues, especially who are outside of the US, to understand the context that we in the US have dealt with over the past year. I know that every country has dealt with COVID a little differently. For example, we have gone through a complete lockdown over the past or the first few months of the pandemic, whereas I know that in Korea, they didn't really need to go through a full lockdown of the economy because they were tackling the situation a little bit better, at least in the beginning. So I'm assuming that the hit that the arts industry in Korea took was less severe than how we sort of have gone through this sort of panic situation in the US. And as far as I know, the Korean arts industry was pretty quick to adapt to the pandemic situation, introducing appointment-based exhibition viewings and online musical productions and things like that. Whereas for us, it took a few months to get to that stage, again, due to the lockdown that we experienced. I personally found, and I'm sure many of my colleagues on the floor have, Margaret's extensive literature review on resilience and its application to the current context in the arts eye-opening. My takeaway from that was the different dimensions of resilience, the operational and relational. And as arts managers and arts policy people, we tend to be more focused on the operational resilience part, the funding, how do we get the audiences back to museums and theaters and back into seats, and policy assistance and things like that. But I do want to reiterate what Margaret said about the importance of relational resilience too. And relational resilience can mean different things. It could be internal relations, it could be external relations, but I do want to highlight the importance of how the diversity, equity, and inclusion issue really plays a big role or big part of that relational resilience piece. That said, perhaps the biggest takeaway for most of us is that resilience is a moving target, indeed, like Margaret said, and it may look different for different arts organizations. Essentially, there is no magic formula that would enable arts organizations to go back to whatever is considered normal pre-COVID. We're in fact not really going back or bouncing back to a pre-COVID state, but we're actually advancing further to adapt to this new social context that we're dealing with the social justice movement and Black Lives Matter movement. And arts organizations are really forced to consider how do they better engage with the community and stay relevant to the community, or embrace and advocate for DE&I diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this concerns different aspects within arts organizations, right? It could be programming, as Margaret mentioned. Orchestras and opera companies started featuring Black composers' works in their programming and seasons. And in terms of employee diversity, especially in the management level. And this raises a bigger issue of the sort of education to job pipeline issue that is a root problem or root cause to this lack of diversity in arts organizations' employees. So these are big questions that really require further discussions. But one thing for sure is that there is a long way to go for us in the US arts organizations to achieve sort of true community engagement and community relevance. Yeah, so that's all I had. I'm now going to turn it back over to Joe. I don't know if we have time for questions from the floor.
I don't think we have time for questions. I'm sorry for that, but Margaret, we are already running out of time. So, but may I ask you for a short last words, including response to Dr. Koh's feedback?
I hadn't really thought of it, but I guess the United States is perhaps the worst, one of the worst case, at least in the sort of industrialized world, okay, cases of COVID shocks with other compounding social justice shocks on top of it. But I think the framework that I tried to present is adjustable enough so that I know in England, the shutdown hit the arts very strongly as well. I remember being amazed in the middle of the COVID that Korea was one of the only places in the world that was still doing live Broadway shows, okay, when we were shut down in black completely. So I think that the notion of understanding the nature of the shock beforehand, the situation of the organization, and then looking at the variety of things that you might be looking toward. Are you really looking for restoration? Are you looking for something else? Those questions, the questions, I think, are general. The answers will be specific to whatever country or location you're trying to use them for. So I hope that helps make it sort of a global possibility.
Thank you, Margaret. You really, again, helped me to think through and forward about resilience, really. And
well, believe me, doing the paper, I thought it through very detailedly. I felt like I was living with resilience for a couple of weeks there.
Thank you. And I'm really sorry that we are already out of time, so we have to move on. So thank you again for Margaret for a great speech, and Dr. Young-Ah Ko for the great response and feedback. Really, it was great. And I also take a lot of from your response. So our next speaker, we have to move on. So our next speaker is Dr. Javier Hernandez, Director of the Business Administration Department at Universidad del Sagrado Corazón in Puerto Rico. So this July, he will become the founding dean of the new School of Arts, Design, and Creative Industries at Sagrado, right? So as both a musician and scholar, Dr. Hernandez has performed widely, served several advisory councils, and published on entrepreneurship, cultural policies, and arts management in Latin America. Today, the title of his talk is Managing Arts in Times of Constant Crisis, the Latin American Perspective. So, and our discussant will be Dr. Nagyan Lee, a researcher at the National Assembly of State Arts Agency in the United States. So please welcome Dr. Javier Hernandez.
Hi, Wunjo. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to have the opportunity of sharing these important sessions with all of you, sharing with Margaret. Margaret, I'm so happy to see you again, at least from the screen, and Chiara and Boram and all this wonderful selection of colleagues and scholars that can complement each other in what had been going through during this couple of years. So I will share my screen and I will start conversation regarding something that will expand on Margaret's talk regarding resilience. But what I'm trying to share is that for us, in a context of Latin American culture, as Puerto Rico is, we have been dealing with resilience long before the COVID. So this is kind of a scenario of, you know, here we go again, another crisis, another uncertainty that we have to deal with. So this is what I will try to share. And especially in my presentation, I will try to think about a couple of experiences that I had in the professional field as a consultant, and which I believe that we have to take those learnings into arts management education in the near future. So again, I come from a small university in the capital of Puerto Rico, which is San Juan, here in the middle of the Caribbean. So the agenda for today is trying to put you in context of why do I mean with that title of managing arts in a state of constant crisis, and then trying to understand a little bit about the cultural sectors and how this crisis has been affecting the sector, and then talk about the two experiences that I had recently. One with a management shared services program that gave me the opportunity of supporting more than 40 organizations during COVID-19 in a project that was designed before COVID to support those organizations with management services such as accounting, planning, finance, marketing, communications, grant writing, management consultancy, etc. And the other was the cultural observatory that I've been leading, and that we had the opportunity of doing the second survey on cultural consumption just before COVID. It was planned before COVID, and then we have to adapt it to the lockdown, because as a territory of the United States, as Margaret says, we had pretty much the same experience of a lockdown for maybe 6-7 months, maybe a little bit more. So first, again, and then I will go into some learnings. So the reality check, Puerto Rico, remember, is a small island in the Caribbean, 3.3 million citizens. The first of the crisis has been the economic crisis, a government that has been in bankruptcy, economic crisis that have been running down since 2006. So it's been 15 years of constant recession. So the economic storm is the first one. Then in 2017, we have a category 5 storm that destroyed the country. We were without power, like some regions, even until 6 months. And I have to say, right now I am without power, because the power company was part of the government. Now it's changed to private company. So we are dealing with that now. So I'm with a power plant just to do this presentation. It's midnight here in the island. So that's part of the constant crisis and resilience that we were talking. So this is part of how the GDP went down, you know, even the thing about the hurricane during 2017, the thing about the demographic storm, as I used to say, the decrease in the population because of the economic crisis has been going down. We are now close to 3.3. In January 2019, we start to get up, to stand up after the hurricane, and then the ground start to move, and we have a series of earthquakes in the south that also was a big damage. And even in the summer of 2019, we have a lot of political difficulties, and even the governor resigned. So even the arts has an important role in all of that process. It was a moment of crisis, because even for 1 month, everything was particularly stopped. And we had then the COVID-19. So that's what I mean when I say that we have been in a process of a constant crisis. This has impacted the sector. It's been a big deal. And also the economic crisis has promoted in some way the reduction of public budgets. We have, because we are subject to the Congress of the United States, we had now a fiscal board that has decision-making over Puerto Rican, the budget of the island. So it's been a great crisis. At the same time, the philanthropy, the foundations has had a more important role that has helped organizations to formalize more. And I have to say, you know, I work a lot with small organizations and entrepreneurs. So I want to say that because usually I want to make clear that the profile of organizations I will be talking, it's more related to the small arts organization. Although we are a very small island, we still have a very highly centralized cultural offering in the metro area, which sometimes has an issue of access and participation, and we will talk a little bit more about that. Foundations support programming. They almost never support operational expenses. They don't support overhead. And we don't have a culture of individual philanthropy and donations. So that represents a big crisis in how arts is managed in the island. And at the end, and the last thing I want to mention is that we have been seeing growth in terms of entrepreneurs, for-profit entities developed in the arts and culture, because they're starting to identify that the nonprofit activity or structure is not the only way of advancing. So that has been very interesting, because sometimes we just focus on the nonprofit arts management, and that has been a change. So I will discuss the two cases that I mentioned. So we had the chance of developing this project, which is called like Cultural Nest. And well, we will provide services for the arts and cultural sector, trying to address all those managerial activities and tasks that artists sometimes don't know how to do, and probably they should not be doing that. So we created the project, we designed the project, we had the support. That's the top names are the names of the initiatives, so you can find more information in Facebook. And the last and the logos below are the ones that support that project. So we decided to address like originally 30 organizations, nonprofit, for-profit, individual artists. This is the profile we get from the applications, more than 160. Those are the needs that originally those applicants mentioned that they need in order for you to have an idea of what were the services, you know, governance, compliance, project management, accounting, management, business planning, strategic planning, social network management. We did a great assessment before the pandemic that we had to do again before. Those are some faces, because I love people to see the faces of the organizations, the leaders that were part of this project. And we have been 1 year. We have to adapt, but for 1 year, we have been very close. We have been the managerial partner of these 40 entities. So that has gave us a taste of what happened during those, during that year of lockdown, of digital production. And I'm gonna discuss some main ideas that I think is very important. We have to keep understanding the thing about opportunity cost. I know we have been promoting the entrepreneurship discourse of do it yourself, but we have realized that in terms of efficiency and productivity, artists should be focusing on programming, and management could be delegated to projects like this one. Maybe membership organizations, someone that can support to let them have the time to create. And also the idea of collective intelligence, you know, and maybe this comes from machine learning, but the reality of an organization learning at the same time by providing services to 5 to 40 organizations, we learn faster, the learning curve is reduced, and we can be more efficient in providing those services. And I'm still thinking about the profile of the arts manager, you know, that balance between a holistic 360 view of management versus some specialization, because you have great leaders, but when you go to things such as digital marketing, you need some specialization. So that's something that I have been learning and will be very important in terms of the profile we have to develop. Also, how to deal with the thing about the overhead, fixed cost that will never be supported by the philanthropy. That's one main concern that we have to teach. And the thing that when you work with 40 organizations as your management partner, you realize that our arts management programs need to get more into an apprenticeship model, because the reality of the classroom versus what's going on in the organizations is very different. Now I'm going to turn into another case that I want to discuss, which is we went into developing the cultural consumption survey. And this is the project. You can find all the results in the labcultural.com. But the things that I want to take is when we start the COVID lockdown, all the foundations, everyone believed that this is the best moment for going into digital. And now we will reach the world. And I was very suspicious about that approach. And when we get into the data, we found that no matter digital was access, there was more accessibility for consumers and for people. At the end, visual arts was reduced, performing arts was reduced, music concerts increased, but buying arts and craft, no matter how much e-commerce you develop, was reduced, reading books was reduced, video games was one sector that increased. And if you see here the perception of change, you know, in visual arts, 71% mentioned that their consumption decreased. 76% in performing arts, 60% in music concert, 62% in arts and craft. So that's a big concern in terms of, we thought that the digital revolution was something that will promote accessibility, and you know, data, it's contradicting that. But also let's think about the money. Maybe we reach more people, but are people who are attending paying? So that's another important fact. Of people who attend visual arts, only 12% pay, performing arts, only 25%, music concerts, 16%. So the economy of the free, and I know that we have to think about royalties, but when you talk about platforms, you know, it's a whole different story. And another thing is the geographical approach. When we get into the regions, we kept seeing that no matter that digital were more accessible in terms of your computer, your iPhone, still you see the differences in terms of consumption in the different regions of the island. So some learnings is, does digital bring new audiences? I'm not sure about that. I kept, every time I think about the digital revolution, I think that we believe that, you know, the seas were open and now we will able to reach the whole world. I don't think so. I think it was kind of a Trojan horse where at the end, you know, we have a re-intermediation of the big companies and the multinational companies, as Chris Bilton says. We substitute the big five with the platforms. And at the end, I'm not sure if we have more accessibility. I think we have the optical illusion that we are reaching more audiences, and we keep with the same scope that the algorithm allows us. And after the emergency, we have to take digital marketing very serious. It's not about posting. It's about having strategy, understanding, doing a lot of business analytics. This is a serious thing. And also the thing about experience design, and in the university, at the university, we developed a program in experience design just a year before the pandemic. And now we realize that managing experiences in terms of face-to-face and digital, that's something we have, a skill set that we have to build around. So the thing about organizations and entrepreneurs understanding what's the real business model, where they really have revenue streams. And I always teach about there's no more than 4 business models. Or your product is digital, is tangible, is B2B, or is an experience. Where you earn and you have the revenues is going to be very important. So my final learnings are, we have to keep a balance between entrepreneurship and you do it yourself versus the precariousness that could represent entrepreneurship in terms of you self-subsidizing your artwork with your time and money. The thing about artists as first responders in emergency, that has been a constant in the island. Artists has been first responders in the hurricanes, in the earthquakes, and in the pandemic. How can be this part of the response, of the official response from the government? Again, digital and technological skills, we have to deal with that. And also organizations and the art sector has to become more political. They have to advocate, they have to go out there, because the government will be, because of the crisis, will be having less and less role in the cultural policy. And at the end, you know, arts and culture, and I love the expediency of culture from George Giudice. The thing that we have so much possibilities of impact, community impact, social impact, educational impact, environmental impact, that arts management has to adapt that and be more serious about how we will measure the impact, the social impact, and the non-economic impact of arts and culture. So those were the main ideas. I hope I kept in time as much as possible. Those are my contact information, and I'm happy to listen to the discussion, any questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. It is pretty difficult for Korean scholars hear about Latin American perspectives on any topics in arts management. So I am very grateful that you shared your research and experience, and especially your vision for the future. For example, like balance between entrepreneurship and self-subsidization was really inspiring. Thank you. So for the audience, if you have any questions, please press Q&A button on the bottom of your screen and enter your questions, and we will get to as many as we have time for, okay? But we will try. Now, Dr. Nagyang Lee will now offer her comments and questions on Dr. Hernandez's talk. Dr. Lee, would you please share your feedback?
Yes, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Is the sound okay? Okay. It's my pleasure to join the sessions with Professor Hernandez. Nice meeting you. I am meeting you and everyone at this conference from Chicago, the traditional homeland of Obija, Odawa, and Paramoni people. So, well, Latin American perspective, as Professor Chang mentions, that this is kind of unique and rare opportunities to hear about the professionals who are in that unique cultures, and thinking about Puerto Rico, where it has been really beset by many challenges, the hurricanes, earthquake, the financial crisis, and the pandemic. So it's really it's unfortunate, but after I listened to your presentations, I heard that like that experience and your insight, or many professionals in Puerto Rico, their insights and activities leads to this kind of new insight or perspectives about what can be done in art management field in the Puerto Rico or Latin America. And I believe many people joining this session just get many takeaway message from what I just mentioned. So I think Professor Hernandez shares really good overview about the situations or the experience that Puerto Rico has been experiencing. And I like the idea, I just appreciate the ideas of supporting art organizations with slightly different approaches. So thinking about the, well, Puerto Rico is Latin American, but also the unincorporated US territory. So some of the environments are not really aligned with the more known, more well-known Western or US environment. So I think you mentioned that the philanthropy or the lack of private funding for art organizations or some the small size of organizations or for-profit or hybrid organization. I believe that is since the corona pandemic hit, there's more increased discussions about how government or society can support these small for-profit hybrid projects or organizations, and also individual artists who could not be really the main target or the first person or first group who can get support from the public funding. So the cultural nest, the Nido Cultura, not just offering some consulting or some I don't know, intellectual resources. I think having this kind of network and letting them to develop their own capabilities for their future sustainability, I think that's really fascinating approaches. And that can be applied not just in Latin America, but many other art organizations and art and cultural sectors across the world. So I wonder, I don't know, just based on your experiences, I wonder what's more fascinating or what's more unique or special in terms of the Puerto Rican art and culture sectors having this kind of network of organization or network professionals who can really kind of bottom up, take the bottom approaches to build the capability for the future sustainability and long-term resiliency, as we keep mentioning. I just want to hear about your personal opinions from your own experience. And well, I'm not so sure how much time we have, but just maybe it's my kind of personal curiosity here. Thinking about the Puerto Rican culture, I am also thinking about the diaspora, the Puerto Ricans in the mainland of the United States or the other area in the, I don't know, globally. So I don't know, like the Puerto Rican in diaspora, those are the another groups of professionals in the kind of ideas of this network in Puerto Rico and the support you're offering and your groups are offering too.
Thank you, Dr. Wee. I think Dr. Hernandez really kept his time very well. I think we have enough time for some discussion. So Javier, would you please respond to Dr. Wee's feedback and question?
Yes, very, very briefly. Yesterday, we closed the first year of the management services grants. So it was very nice that we have some feedback through Zoom. We hope we can meet soon. And soon. And one of the main ideas was that what they love is they receive the services. So they receive grants. Let's say a $6,000 grant, but in services. They don't get the money, they get the services. So what they love is that the collective intelligence, when we apply a strategy that works for one organization, the others will benefit from that strategy. Maybe a social media, maybe a virtual production, maybe some application for grants that Dr. Margaret mentioned. It was very complex, but we hire accountants, we hire people who manage that technical thing about applying. So the collective learning, I think, is the main, the key learning, by the way, of this project. So I'm really hopeful that we can share this in other contexts. And regarding your second comment, I missed that, but that's very important. I mentioned that we have 3.3 million citizens, but we have 5 million in the States, especially 2 million in New York, 1 million in Florida. And in all the crises, they have been very important in supporting the island. So now, while we are transitioning from year 1 to year 2, one of the next steps is to promote internationalization in terms of those organizations going out of the island after the lockdown and presenting and performing in Chicago, Boston, Connecticut, Florida, and now Texas, were the main communities. So diaspora has been our main support, really, after 2017 with the hurricane and the rest of the natural disasters. Thanks for that. Very important.
Javier, I have also a question, which is actually when you shared your vision for the future, you talked about the balance between entrepreneurship versus self-subsidization. How does that? How do they different? Because entrepreneurship also includes a self-subsidization, right? And how does
Yes.
it? How do you differ in Latin American context?
Yes, what I'm really concerned is that we have to be careful in promoting the entrepreneurship discourse without realizing that most of the time it is in a scenario of self-precariousness. And artists and entrepreneurs have to recognize the limits of entrepreneurship. You know, that's probably what I'm starting to think of. Artists are saying, you know, it's so hard to do it all by yourself. And at the end, your reality is worse than when you start doing or developing your career. So as an entrepreneurship professor, I want to be more critical in terms of saying, okay, we have to explain better what it means to become an entrepreneur and how to develop the support structures for those artists. And because if not, you know, maybe promoting entrepreneurship in the arts can become a negative, will have very negative spillovers in terms of affecting economic, personal, and emotional situation for the artists and entrepreneurs. So it's an initial idea, but I'm just gonna put, I just want to put the caution out there that we have to take this very careful because it's very complex. The do-it-yourself discourse is very complex. It's more complex than I thought 5 years ago when I was promoting this all around the world, you know, and that's my main concern. Yeah.
Well, it was interesting that you kind of brought up the image of a Trojan horse when you talk about digitalization, but at the same time, that digitalization really makes us to do a lot of things in DIY mode, right? So it's what's your thought about that? Because really, this kind of digitalization and technology really let us kind of move forward within this kind of COVID-19 pandemic, right? So do you still think that that's kind of more like Trojan horse, right?
That's another big provocation that I want to share, you know. And the thing is that maybe the whole digital, the open of a digital world and the access for the world, that, for example, in this case is happening because it's midnight here. I'm in South Korea. I've never been there, but now I'm there. But maybe this is a reality. But in the arts, what data is saying, and what we know that how the algorithms work, when you think you're talking to the whole world, it's not true. You're talking to the same network that you're engaged with. And my concern, you know, there's ways of getting out of that. That's what I'm saying. Digital skills, we have to take that very serious because it has a very technical knowledge about analytics and how to break the algorithm. So my provocation here is don't take it for granted. And that's what we have learned for organizations. You know, posting Facebook, it's not enough. You have to have a strategy. You have to understand your audience. You have to understand the insights. And now I'm going back into the programs where I teach and I'm saying, whoa, we have to update a lot of the skills that we teach. But it's possible, but it's not as easier as they make us believe, or that ourselves make us believe. Because I remember when MySpace appears in 2005 and Facebook in 2006, I thought, you know, I don't need a manager anymore. I can do it by myself. I just post and everyone will listen to my music. And you know, that's the provocation I want to share today with all of you because of the data that we found on the cultural consumption survey.
Gosh, it is getting more interesting, and I think we need more time to deeper discussion. And I'm sorry, and we are again running out of time. But thank you very much, Dr. Wee and Javier, again, especially because it's after midnight at your end, right? You must be very dizzy, maybe sleepy, right? So thank you again for your great participation. Thank you. Again, I'm really sorry that we are already out of time, so we have to move on. Thank you, Javier, and thank you, Nagyang. Thank you. Our next session speaker is Dr. Chung Jung-woo, who is a professor and the director for Department of Cultural Industry Management in the School of Government at the University of International Business and Economics in China. He is also the director of National Culture and Tourism Research Base at the university. Dr. Wu will talk about culture and tourism industry's development in the post-COVID-19 era in China. And our discussant is Dr. Eun-jin He, visiting professor in the Department of Arts and Cultural Management at Hongik University. So please welcome Dr. Chung Jung-woo. Dr. Wu.
Yeah, Professor Wo Juntang. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. It's my time to give my presentation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for Professor Wong Juntang, and thanks for the Association of Korean Art and Cultural Management. I'm very happy to attend this interesting conference online. I wanted to talk about the topic, cultural and tourism industry development in China in the post-epidemic era. In my view, I think we should give a definition about who is post-epidemic era. I think occasionally 6 months after the global public disease crisis is the period of post-epidemic era. But it's the regular condition. Sometimes it's not the same thing. In China, I think after 2020, from June of 2020, China went into the era of post-epidemic. The character.
Share your slide. Would you please share your slide from your screen?
Yeah. Soon.
Okay, great.
Okay. First, I will introduce the the income of cultural enterprise in 2020 and the first quarter of 2021. Let's see the cultural enterprise income and to positive growth in 2020 compared with a decrease of 1.6% in the first 3 quarters. The whole year of 2020 achieved positive growth of 2.2%. The new business format of internet ad culture is growing rapidly. The cultural service industry saw the largest increase of 7.5%. The operating conditions of cultural enterprise in various regions tend to improve steadily. This is the some accurate information about the cultural enterprise income. Let's see the cultural enterprise income increased in the first quarter 2021. We see the development of culture industries in China has basically returned to the level before the epidemic. In the first quarter, operating income of cultural enterprise achieved 2,549.8 billion Chinese yuan. The agglomeration effect of cultural enterprise has increased. The eastern region of China achieved operating income of 1969 billion Chinese yuan, a year-on-year increase of 0.1%. Let's see the global public disease crisis has taken the effect on the tourism and leisure industry to China. First, let's see the disease impact on China's tourism and leisure industry. In 2020, the total number of domestic tourism was 2.88 billion visits, a decrease of 52.1% over the previous year. And the domestic tourism revenue was 2,228.6 billion Chinese yuan, down 61.1%. Let's see the response and the effectiveness of the Chinese government and industry policy. On July 14, 2020, the General Office of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism issued the notice on promoting the expansion and the resumption of work in tourism enterprise, allowing travel agents to conditionally resume their gross profit team to business. The second response is the discount, very scenic sports in China have taken active actions, and more than 500 scenic sports in Shandong province and other places have implemented price concessions such as free tickets or substantial price reductions. The second action is propaganda. Let's see my suggestion for the post-epidemic era for the tourism and leisure industries. One is for enterprise, such as try to develop multi-industry integration to enhance the anti-risk ability of the mass market, such as tourism and finance, hotel and pension service, tourism and film and television. Another field is to the government, such as my suggestion is after the epidemic, the culture and tourism plan has been prepared and the policies to stabilize tourism employees have been introduced. And increase the intensity of tax cuts, taxi exemptions, and financial subsidies. Another is the eliminate tourist panic and reshape China's tourism image. Let's see the disease, how affect the exhibition industry, publishing, and the performing arts industries. First, the impact is the income falling. Over 99% of small and medium-sized bookstores had no normal income, and sales fell by 47.36%. The direct box office loss of the traditional performing arts industry exceeded 2 billion yuan, and nearly 20,000 performances were cancelled by June 2020. The second is the unemployment, such as medium-sized bookstores closed, more people unemployed. Person 40 cut salaries, 28% cut or close of office. Let's see the Chinese government and the industry response and effectives. The first is the online business, such as live marketing. The bookstore cooperates with the blogs to sell books online. The National Center for the Performing Arts organizes online performing arts activities, and live broadcasts are free on all platforms. The second online business is online service. Online, such as online book shopping group, bookstores cooperate with takeaway platforms to provide takeaway book service. 44% of exhibition organizers participated in online exhibition activities. Let's see the government policy, such as province and cities have respectively issued the relevant policies. Beijing emergency notice on responding to the impact of the COVID-19 and supporting Beijing's physical bookstores. This is an example of Beijing city government to support. In other cities like Qingdao, Shanghai, have resumed such supporting policies. Let's see the countermeasures and suggestions in the post-COVID-19 era. One is the digital development, such as creating cloud bookstores, cloud exhibitions. Second is the professional development, such as changing online operations, improve the quality of the staff. Data development, such as establishing a national basic database to provide data support. Policy support, such as reducing the cost, protect the cultural supply chain, specifying tax reduction. Let's see the effect on film industry in China. In the Chinese film market under the epidemic, such as 2020, on 23rd January, Chinese New Year stores toured, cinemas suspended, mainland movie market hotly. But up to June 30, box office sales of only 2.242 billion Chinese yuan in the first half of this year. From mid of the June of last year, the Chinese film market only reopened. Let's see this table. The box office of 2021 Spring Festival season increased by 32.47% compared to 2019, while setting a number of world records, including global single market single-day box office and the global single market weekend box office. The 2021 May Day store broke the three highest records in film history for box office attendance and reviews in the same period. Response measures and effectiveness of the Chinese government, the industry, and the enterprise. Such as provide tax and fee support policies for the film industry and to temporarily exempt special film funds. The second is industry level, such as the waiver of membership fees. The second under the enterprise level. The action is mobilize super movie resource, strive to release blockbusters and hot movies first and release all the movies. Effectives. The Chinese film market in last year delivered the box office of more than 20 billion yuan. The road to develop the Chinese film industry in the post-epidemic era, such as deepening content creation, refine industry model, increase policy support, reform of the theaters, explore the model of online and offline model. The last part is my thinking about the opportunities and the suggestions in the post-epidemic era. One, I think the potential sources of tourists in the domestic culture tourism market has increased. The second opportunity is the time for the domestic culture and the tourism market to change is approaching. The last is my suggestion for the cultural and the tourism industry development in the post-epidemic era. The first is conducting assessment research of cultural and tourism support policies against the epidemic. The second suggestion is promoting the integration of culture and technology. The third is the strengthening the exploration of the crowd tourism model and use it as a supplement to expand the daily tourism market. The fourth is adjusting the business operating model of cultural and tourism enterprise. Okay, is my presentation for this conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu.
Yeah. Okay, I can hear.
Yeah, great. I can
Yeah,
definitely
okay.
see a cue indicating the Chinese culture industry taking off again, overcoming the pandemic, which makes us hopeful of our own work too. Dr. Eun-jin He will now offer her comments and questions on Dr. Wu's talk. So again, please enter your questions in the chat or in the Q&A, and we will get to as many as we have time for. Okay, Dr. He, would you please share your feedback or questions?
Okay, Professor Oh, thank you for the wonderful presentation. After listening to your presentation, I think I got a better view of the Chinese culture industry in COVID-19 era. I think the exceptional situation of COVID-19 mixed with the rapid technological advancement of China, so that China is facing various industrial changes. In this context, I have a few questions for Professor Wu. First, the question is about the film industry. Professor Wu said that the China's box office in 2020 were over 20 billion yuan, the three highest records in film industry for box office. And what do you think is the most decisive factor of this? You already mentioned above the factors such as the support of the government or enterprise level efforts, but I think these factors mentioned above are other countries also have used similarly, and why especially the recovery of China's film industry was that fast and effective. I wonder what factors you think contribute to China's high performance. This is first question. The second question is about the publication industry. Originally, China is a country where the service of buying books online is quite advanced. When I was in China 3 years ago, it was quite common to buy books from online bookstores such as Dangdangwang or Taobao rather than going to the offline bookstores. By the way, due to COVID, readers in China able to purchase books in offline bookstores while using the Waimai, which is takeaway platforms. The items which can deliver through the platforms is not just books, but also includes mobile phones and sports equipment. However, in this case, there will be the competition between Waimai platform and existing online bookstores. I wonder what are the strategies of online bookstore in this new situation, and what would be the advantages and disadvantages of offline bookstores because of the competition. I will ask you the last question. I have a question about tourism industry. Due to COVID, it's okay. Is it okay? The time limit. Anyway, I'll ask.
Yes, we have time. That's okay.
Okay, I see. Thirdly, I have a question about tourism industry. Due to COVID, many small travel agencies went bankrupt in China. and the proportion of low-priced products is greatly reduced. Instead of that, small-scale, high-quality travel packages targeted at small groups such as family or friends are gaining huge popularity. I'd like to ask what strategies travel agencies and local governments are using, especially for attract small group tourists. Once again, thank you for your meaningful and excellent presentation, Professor Wu.
Okay,
Oh,
Professor Wu. So Dr. He asked 3 questions. Would you please respond?
okay, good questions for me. Okay, I want to answer the first question. The first question is about the film industry. Professor Xu asked me what is the most decisive factor of this in the film industry in China. On my view, during the bad public disease crisis, China government, Chinese film market has better performance than other countries. Why? Professor Xu said other countries has taken similar actions like China. Why Chinese film market has so bad performance? I think the most decisive factor for this success is the Chinese government has great success in controlling the spreading of the disease. I think this is the most successful than other countries, because as we know, Chinese film market had very good performance before last year. I guess Chinese domestic film market ranked the the second position in the world in 2019. But in last year, the sudden disease came to China because of the successful working on protecting the to promote the normal living condition. So Chinese film market maybe most quickly recovered than other countries in the world. This is the first question. The second question is about the book industry. Professor Xu asked me such question. What are the strategies of online bookstores such as Taobao and Dangdang in the new situation, and what would be the advantages and the disadvantages of online bookstores because of this competition? This is a difficult question for me, because in China, we know the online bookstore, online buying book is so popular by young people. So of nine bookstores has facing more and more difficulties to develop, to live. But for Chinese government, for Chinese customer, they also hope more and more offline bookstores can be seen in different streets, because they need such as public leisure space. They need such public space to buy books, to recreation, to exchange with other people. So this is the cause why Chinese government give more support policy to the offline bookstores. This is the second question. Okay. The second question is about the film, the tourism industry. What strategies travel agencies and the local governments are using, especially for attract small-scale tourism? In the post-epidemic era, more and more people like to choose families group model to travel, to default space, because it's more safe. It's more safe. I think the strategy for the travel agents and the local governments can use some special policies to attract more and more small-scale tourists, such as lowering the price of the family group travel program, give some special tax policy for the travel agencies. And for the travel agency, they also can design more and more interesting special travel route, special travel route, such as the Yellow River travel line, the Yangtze River travel line, the Canal River, the Great Canal River National Cultural Park travel route, such as to attract more and more small-scale tourists. It's my answer for the 3 questions from Professor Xu. Thank you, Professor Xu.
Thank you, Professor Wu.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu. Yes,
Thank you.
I also had a question, but because of the time management, I think we have to stop here actually. So we have to move on. But thank you, and Dr. Wu, and I can see that the government's active role for the resilience of the Chinese art sector played a lot. So that was a great take for me. So thank you for both of you.
Thank you
for a great presentation and discussion.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
I would like to introduce Dr. Ruth Rensler, who is head of School of Management and Professor of Arts and Cultural Leadership at University of South Australia. She has published widely in the field of arts management on topics including business in the arts, social entrepreneurship, and the cultural and creative industries. Her talk today is titled, "We Are on Our Knees, Transforming Arts and Cultural Management in Crisis, an Australian Perspective." So discussion will be offered by Dr. Boram Lee, Assistant Professor of Arts Management, and Dr. Rensler's colleague at the University of South Australia. So please welcome Dr. Ruth Rensler. Ruth, would you please unmute yourself, unmute your...
The slides. I'm just trying to share the slides. Now, where do we go to do that? More.
Try to find the button, a screen share on the bottom of your window.
Oh, here we are, screen share. I've
Yeah.
got it now. I think this is it. Hang on. Is that the one, screen one? No? Okay, so I want to, yeah, do you want to share it? So I can't. I'm just getting Boram to help me here.
Okay. Oh, you are with Dua.
Yeah.
That's great.
Why
Oh,
can't
actually, we cannot see your screen. It's actually all black right now.
Okay, I think I shared the wrong thing. So I'm just going in to share. Okay, so maybe I have to move that over there. And then I can do it.
Right.
Oh, here we are. She's got it. Oh, she's smarter than I am. That's great. Okay.
It's all yours.
Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Right. So we are on our knees, transforming arts and cultural management in crises. The aim of my presentation today is to examine legitimacy in festival crises and the role of governance in ensuring organisational survival as an important but neglected domain in arts management research. The research question is, how does a crisis threaten survival, legitimacy and accountability, and what can a board do about it? So how does a crisis threaten festival legitimacy and accountability, and what can a board do about it? If we look at the past and a quotation from the media that was part of our study, this journalist said, "Crisis and culture go hand in hand at the Adelaide Festival. The festival is no stranger to scandal, whether financial or creative. It has been the sometimes delicate temperament of artistic directors that has most often led to headline-grabbing scandals. It's never a dull moment at Adelaide Festival." If we move forward to now and look at what has been said during the COVID-19 crisis, one of the interviewees who we spoke to said, tourism and arts festivals are the two sectors most affected by these crises, i.e. COVID-19. So we're going to look today at past crises and the present crisis of COVID-19 to see what the learnings were from the past and how that contributed to handling the COVID-19 crisis today. "It's been hell," said co-artistic director Rachel Healy. And this was reported in the media in 2020. And you can see a picture there of Rachel Healy on the right of the screen and the other artistic director, Neil Armfield, on the left of the screen. Let's just have a look at a little bit of background to Adelaide Festival. Adelaide Festival is the most livable city in Australia, and we were just told of this last week, and the third most livable city in the world. It's the UNESCO City of Music, has 1.3 million people in population, and was the first festival city in Australia. It has 11 key festivals, but many more festivals than that. Adelaide Festival was established in 1960 as a means of boosting cultural tourism. And the Adelaide Festival was held every second year biennially until 2013. And from 2013, it's been held every year. Now, I was very grateful to Dr. Boram Lee for doing the next 3 slides. She looked at the annual reports of the Adelaide Festival from 1960 to 2020 to look at when were there periods of crisis according to income and expenditure. And we identified 3 crises. The first one is in 1994, where you can see that there was difficulties with income and expenditure. The next one was in 2004, where again they had problems with income and expenditure. And the third one is 2019, 2020, 2021, really 2020, 2021, with COVID-19. So we use the annual reports, the media reports and our interviews to look at the 3 crises that occurred in the Adelaide Festival. And those 3 pieces of data together helped us hone in on these 3 crises as being the most important. Now, this is expressed differently so that you can see where the money came from. State grants, federal grants, City of Adelaide grants, overseas government grants, philanthropy, self-generated income, sponsorship, other income. And in the early days, it was a membership festival and the members donated to the festival. And then I won't go into this next slide, table 1, in detail. Next slide, thanks, Boram. This one looks at the revenue composition of the Adelaide Festival over the decades with the decade averages. And we can bring some of that out in questions, and Boram might wish to talk about that in more detail. Now, the next slide looks at the governance literature that we examined. And we define governance as entailing the processes and dynamics inside and outside the boardroom that ensure the sustainability of the organisation. Governance can act as a means of absorbing and averting external shocks. And it's the challenge that the Adelaide Festival had and that governance brings is to balance the artistic vision with the financial management as part of board strategy. And this is one of the things that we looked at when examining governance. In the next slide, you can see that our theory base was not only governance, but by looking at legitimacy theory. How did the Adelaide Festival make itself legitimate? And legitimacy is defined as a general perception that the institution's actions are desirable, proper, or appropriate, contextually embedded, providing pragmatic, moral, and cognitive legitimacy. We define pragmatic legitimacy as stakeholder self-interested calculations. In other words, the stakeholder, the Adelaide Festival, is doing what is in their best self-interest. We define moral legitimacy as doing the right thing from a higher plane morally. And we define cognitive legitimacy as the organisation being important enough to be taken for granted. We'll look at legitimacy as we go through this presentation. On this slide, you can see one of the presenters, the Aboriginal singer Jessica Mauboy, who presented at the most recent Adelaide Festival. Now, our research approach was interpretive. Obviously, it was a case study done longitudinally from 1960 to 2020. And we'll update it with 2021 data when the annual report comes out in about August this year. So we've so far analysed 40 Adelaide Festival annual reports since 1960. We analysed the media articles around the three crises. We did a library search of the media articles and looked at what the media said about the festival in these periods of crisis. And we interviewed 54 festival sector people before and during COVID-19 pandemic. So they were people like CEOs of festivals, artistic directors of festivals, board members of festivals, marketing directors, government funders, and so on. So our research approach was to read the annual reports, the chair's reports, the annual review, organisational purpose and objectives, the auditor's reports, financial and non-financial indicators, the financial statements, in order to help us identify the crises, and then we put that in those three figures and tables that I showed you earlier. The revenue sources for each year were examined, and the text and financial data examined and identified those three crises in 94, 2002 and 2020. The crises were triangulated with media sources, and in this presentation we look at the festival responses, the outcomes to the crises, and how each festival crisis led to the next festival crisis, and how the festival learnt from the previous crisis. So if we look at the findings now, and this is the cover, a snip from the cover of the 1992 Adelaide Festival with an Aboriginal image on the cover. The first financial crisis in 1994, and you can see again another cover from an annual report showing a contemporary image on that cover. The nature of the crisis. In 1994, the economy was in recession. Therefore, the financial crisis was prompted by the board of the Adelaide Festival misunderstanding the psychology of buyer behaviour. The board was concerned that there were very few tickets being sold because people were being careful with their money in a financial crisis. They therefore decided to reduce the price of tickets to $10 a ticket, not for all tickets, but for selected tickets. However, what happened is that because they reduced the price of the tickets, audiences were reluctant then to pay the full price of tickets. Because the audiences were being very careful how they spent their money in a recession. And the festival quickly found that while the tickets were selling now at $10 a ticket, they suddenly had an $860,000 loss or hole in their budget. And that led to a great deal of difficulty because they had no reserves, no money set aside. The new law on incorporated associations had come in 1993, the year before, stating that individual directors were responsible if an organisation was going to go belly up. And this festival was likely to go belly up. And then there's a quote here where the media said, a festival is constituted under the Corporations Associations Act. It is still operating as a charity. It's completely outmoded. It's like trying to run an $8.6 million festival as though it were a church fete with $12,000 in a bank account. And this festival led to a state government review to save the festival. The outcome was the government insisted that the festival bring in an 11-member skills-based board. They had to deal with things like audience development and the artistic agenda as a matter of urgency, because they had not been looking at audiences and understanding marketing as they should have. Of course, when there's a crisis, infighting is rife. Key Adelaide people, including politicians, were obsessed with ticket sales, said the artistic director. That's all people want to talk about, not the artistic program. The artistic director, Christopher Hunt, was convinced that misinformation was circulating about ticket sales due to malicious intent, and this was reported in the media. So the government had to intervene to ensure survival. It established the festival as a statutory authority. It set it up with its own act, and it was primarily funded by the state government to ensure its survival. This was pragmatic legitimacy in action. The next crisis was a crisis of identity in 2002. And you can see here, now that the festival is incorporated, unfortunately, we've got these very boring covers to the annual reports. They've become extremely business focused, but that didn't stop this crisis from occurring for a number of reasons. Now, the economy was in difficulty again. It wasn't so much the Australian economy, but it was the international environment. There was the attack on the World Trade Center, 9/11, which caused the international economic environment to be very uncertain. Sponsorship all but dried up, it was said in the media. People were feeling unsettled, and therefore they weren't prepared to give. In this environment, the Adelaide Festival appointed a US-based American artistic director who knew nothing about Australia. He had fantastic ideas, but they were not in line or in tune with what was possible in Australia. Furthermore, the festival strategy and structure were unclear, causing tensions internally and externally. And Peter Sellers, the artistic director, not the British comedian who's dead, but the artistic director of the Adelaide Festival, said, in this uncertain global environment, the festival would not be focusing on maximising box office returns, but on higher goals. While people initially lauded the choice of Sellers as the artistic director, in the end, this would go down as the worst run, worst financed and worst marketed festival of all time, said journalist Lloyd in the media. And again, the festival had to be bailed out by the state government to the tune of $1 million. So again, it was pragmatic legitimacy that saw this festival survive. Although its higher goals saw the artistic director want to have a much greater focus on things like community collaboration, community arts and Aboriginal arts, which shows a moral legitimacy. He was not able to put the structures in place that will allow him to achieve success in this regard. So in the next slide, you can see the outcomes of the next crisis were mid-festival, Sellers, the artistic director, resigns, just leaving the festival in the lurch. And the festival had to appoint an Australian to carry the festival through. It led to the board rethinking the Adelaide Festival. The philanthropic vision that Sellers had failed. He had wanted to appoint 8 or 9 associate artistic directors funded by philanthropy. But because the philanthropic and sponsorship income had dried up in an uncertain global marketplace, and Australia was not ready for that sort of philanthropic approach, plus the global crisis, everything hit the fan at once. Next slide. The next crisis, the one we're in now, is the global health crisis, the pandemic of COVID-19. Now, the next slide shows you a clip from the 2020 Midsummer Night's Dream, Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream, an international sort of blockbuster. It was completely booked out. Borum and I saw it. It was amazing. And the festival has had a history of bringing in really strong European programs and exhibitions that focus on the international scene and the international arts rather than focusing on the local arts, such as Aboriginal arts, as Sellers wanted to do in 2002. And this is how it has seen itself being different from other festivals in Australia. The nature of this crisis is something we are all so familiar with because we're living through it. Of course, it was declared a global crisis on the 11th of March 2020 by the World Health Organization, and it's decimated the festival and cultural tourism sector, bringing problem after problem, as the media said. Of course, borders are closed, particularly in Australia, where we're an island and we can shut ourselves off from the rest of the world. The waves of infection have caused snap lockdowns. Insurance for festivals have increased. That's an ongoing problem. International artists were cancelled. So the 2021 Adelaide Festival had to cancel over 200 international artists. There were limits put on crowds so that they initially had a 50% capacity in 21, which then rose to a 75% capacity. And all these things combined have put a great deal of pressure on the festivals last year and this year. However, if we turn to the next slide, we can see that the artistic directors of these festivals have behaved quite differently from the earlier artistic directors whose festivals were caused by really internal problems, not responding appropriately to the external environment. Whereas the pandemic in 2021 was caused externally, and internally it was managed much better than the previous crises. One of the artistic directors, Rachel Healy, said, "Artistic directors always need one eye on the purse strings. With social distancing rules, venues can only have 50% capacity. That blew a $3 million hole in the budget straight away." So here's an artistic director that's not only looking at the higher things that Peter Sellers did, the art, but is looking at the whole picture. She's looking at the financials as well as the art, at the external environment, and with the CEO and the board is seeking to manage this festival and the crisis as best they can. So let's have a look at the two festivals. Indeed, while cultural tourism collapsed, which had been a consistent growth sector in Australia for the arts, the 2020 festival for the Adelaide Festival was very fortunate, and it was one of the best festivals ever, artistically and financially. It ran for 3 weeks in March, and it was only the last week of the festival that was affected in a small way by COVID-19. One of the international conductors caught COVID-19, and clearly he couldn't come and perform. He had to go to hospital and was obviously in isolation. In 2021, the festival was affected much more severely, and it was then that the 200 international artists had to be cancelled, and the festival had to pivot to globalism. So local artists who were beamed internationally on the digital screens and so forth to the world, but they could have very few international acts coming in. It simply wasn't possible. They lowered their expectations. They set very, very doable objectives. They met them all, but they were not at all ambitious. What it has done is it has seen a turn to the digital nature of the international programs and projects, exhibitions and performances at the Adelaide Festival. So they had things beaming in from the UK, Europe, wherever, and you could watch it on the screen. And of course, our local artists could beam out. For me personally, it doesn't have the same emotional resonance as being there for the real experience in person, but it is pragmatic legitimacy, and I'm sure the digital will get much better and we'll be able to have a much more emotional experience as things advance. So this was pragmatic legitimacy, certainly once more. So in conclusion, the Adelaide Festival has not done too badly through the pandemic because of the learnings that went on from those earlier crises that have seen the festival structure more formally and more in a more sophisticated way, and get in artistic directors who look at things in a much more holistic way. We've made up a table to look at those crises so that you can see how they have changed throughout the decades in each of those three crises. So the organisation itself has changed its structure, the board has changed its structure. They had no vision in the early days, which tells you something about how informal things were, and it was only by the 2002 festival that they had a vision. The executive staff were much more gentlemen amateurs in the early days, run by volunteer committees. And again, it started to formalise by 2002 and has become much more formalised now. And the issues were about informal governance, organisational structure being, they had 12 committees trying to run the festival. That in itself is almost impossible. And the government intervention has forced that strategy to become much more formalised than it was in those early days. So for the future, arts management, governance and the third sector, the last slide, thanks Boram, could be enriched by international comparative studies, such as looking at the Edinburgh Festival, in a longitudinal way and comparing the Adelaide Festival and the Edinburgh Festival. I suggest that because the Adelaide Festival was modelled on the Edinburgh Festival, and looking at legitimacy theory in relation to two world festivals. And now it's over to you for comments and questions by Boram and questions from the floor. Thank you, Woong Jo.
Thank you, Dr. Rensler, for your great presentation. Insights. And Dr. Boram Lee will now offer her comments and questions on Dr. Rensler's talk. So, Boram, would you please share your feedback?
Thank you, Woong Jo, and then feel free to jump in if you have any questions. Do you mind if I talk through the slides, or do you want me to stop sharing?
That's okay. That's totally okay. I think it's screen sharing is totally okay. And it's actually
okay. Yeah, given, although I'm the discussant of Ruth's presentation, I'm also co-author of this paper. So it was a good opportunity to kind of talk through what might be kind of thoughts coming from you as a listener of our presentation, and something that we could actually wrap up as what is the underlying stories of our paper. So we were looking at this individual crisis, and that each crisis had a different background and different causes, but then there's something that were underlying, which were quite similar over time, which was really about the identity of the festival. So what is it really? What is the Adelaide Festival? What they are trying to achieve was our question. As Ruth mentioned, Adelaide Festival is modeled on Edinburgh International Festival, which he established in 1947 after Second World War. So after Cold War, they would like to bring European countries together through, culture and arts to bring the peace and harmony in Europe. what was the motivation behind Adelaide Festival? It's not very clear. It's something that I guess a lot of nostalgia for the people in Adelaide to have something from UK or from Europe, that the culture and arts that they can celebrate, but it was very elitist from the very beginning. So it was never for all. The festival was very exclusive. So when you look at the crisis in 1994, the discounted ticket was very much opportune of the opportunistic approach by the festival. They never really wanted to include other people or broader audiences. It was kind of one-off marketing initiative which upsetted their traditional audiences or existing audiences. So where did the governance took place, or what was the role of the boards? Obviously, the boards wasn't overseeing any organizational decision-making processes. They were there for the just ticking the box as a putting their rubber stamp, not going through through kind of governance practices. In 2002, did they know who Peter Sella was when they were invited from the US? Peter Sella had a very distinctive background as artistic director. From LA, bringing all this exciting multicultural artwork together, creating festivals in, which were very revolutionary, and then radical. And then they invited Peter Sella, which was a very different place to Adelaide in 2002. Adelaide was still very dominantly kind of middle-class white audiences. And then they weren't interested in changing the format of the festival or program of the festival. They were very comfortable with opera, orchestra, or very expensive seats, something that they can dress up, black tie only events. But Peter Sella came and he had very different ideas of this going to be for everybody in Adelaide or in Australia. We will bring the Aboriginal arts as upfront. It's all about reconciliation, bringing together. That's what festival is about, which he never received well in Adelaide. So if you remember, how media responded about 2002 crisis is, they were even making the Sounds of Festival or crisis even worse. Nobody was protecting Peter Sella. Peter Sella stepped down before even the festival launched. So, where is the process again of the governance? If the board wasn't able to oversee this process, again, they could have obviously prohibited such crisis, but it's again whether the board themselves understood what festival was about. And finally, the crisis that we are experiencing at the moment, I think is again identity crisis, because Adelaide Festival is very much international festivals, but now after COVID, how can they invite international acts? They pursued in this year's festival, they insisted that their centerpiece will be the Midsummer Night's Dream, and then that opera piece. In order to support that, they invited all these international acts, and then they had to obviously persuade the state government to cover the cost of 2 weeks quarantine for those performers. But then, is that really worth the investment? In this time of COVID, they never really want to turn to local artists. They do have 1 or 2 local acts, but mainly they can't give up their international, international brand of the festival. So what should it be, or what do they want to be? I'm not too sure. That's where I'm kind of asking. And then is it kind of legitimizing the public funds that they are receiving every year, 9 million Australian dollar? So I don't know, can I invite Ruth and Ungjo, please ask us questions to have a chat?
Well, Ruth, would you please respond to her comments or
Yes.
the question?
Yes, I do agree. Obviously, Boram and I have discussed these things. I would like to ask some of the audience, because I know there are people here in your audience who've been to the Adelaide Festival more than once in some instances, and they may well have questions or comments.
Well, it seems like we don't have any questions yet. Again, please, for the audience, please enter your questions in the chat or Q&A. Press your Q&A button and please enter your question, and we will get to as many as we have time for.
Mm, mm.
Well, But it's interesting that you kind of brought up the idea of identity crisis. It's really, we are talking about COVID, like this like pandemic crisis, but it's more like we have to talk about identity crisis. That it's interesting that this kind of social disaster actually make us rethink about our identity, our local, our country, our region. I think that's kind of a good that this kind of disaster actually kind of provides to us, right? So that's kind of really, it was pretty interesting to hear. But Ruth, I think I have a very small question to you, very
Yes.
small question, because we have many graduate students who are attending this conference. I would like to ask you a very small question about your research approach. When you talk about your research approach, you said crises were triangulated with media sources, right? And would you please offer us with a bit more details about how crises were triangulated with media? I thought this was very interesting because we are living the era of crisis, but at the same time, it's also very important as a scholar, we should not easily ride the bubble of fear to the crisis. I think when what I mean is that we as a scholar should be very careful when we label a certain situation as a crisis, right? So media source triangulation to talk about crisis really caught my eyes, and I think it's really important talk that as a scholars or junior scholars that when we talk about social disaster, pandemic, crisis. So would you please give us a little more details about that?
Yes, well, we had three data sources. The primary source that we went to first was the annual reports, and we got hold of all the annual reports for those 60 years and 40 odd festivals. And we felt that the annual reports were not going to give us sufficient information. So we wanted to make it a perceptual study as well. So the perceptions were the perceptions of the media. How were they reporting what was going on about the festival? And then the perceptions of people in the festival ecosystem. So the people we interviewed, the festival directors, former festival directors, board members, policymakers, artists, and so on and so forth. What did they perceive were the issues? And so we put those three pieces of information together. Clearly, there was other literature. So there was a history of the festival, two histories of the festival written. So we've read those. We read other publications on Adelaide Festival. It has been written about before. Publications on other festivals, Edinburgh Festival, Adelaide Fringe Festival, and so on and so forth, which gave us a holistic understanding of what was going on with this festival over these quite a large number of years.
Can I add a little bit to it?
Okay.
So when identifying 94 and 2002 crises were easy because Adelaide Festival became statutory authority was in 94. So before it was 90. Soon after. So I think it was 94. So before it was non-profit organization or
I think it happened in 98, but 98. It was after the 94 crisis.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, the festival is now managed by state government. Which is very different from how they first started. 2002, it was, that is very obvious case. The artistic director stepped down before the launch of that year's festival he curated. And then there's also existing other research papers looking at 2002 Adelaide Festival written by Joe Coast. So it was quite well discussed in a way that there was some issue around it.
It's also interesting that in 2008, around 2008, when there was an economic crisis, people were talking about decentralization of government. People were talking about like privatization. People are talking about we don't have any more money to spend on any more public money to spend on arts. But now with this kind of pandemic crisis, we are talking more about government's role. I think that's kind of one of the things that I see as a differences, but I think we need some more longitudinal research.
I think that's a really interesting point, Wung Jo. There's been a lot of money from government for the arts. It has not been without criticism. Some people have said there hasn't been enough or it hasn't gone to the right areas. So I don't want to get into that debate, but there has been a lot of money put into trying to help people in the financial crisis, the pandemic, and the arts has been part of that. However, once this crisis is over, the money's going to stop, and it's starting in Australia, it's stopping now. So our JobKeeper funding has now stopped. So the arts is going to have to reinvent itself. This crisis is going to have after effects, and we don't quite know what they are going to be yet, but there will be after effects for this crisis. And we have to prepare by becoming more professional and more strategic in what we do so that we're going to be able to survive through it.
Great. You know, it's been like 45 minutes already, so it's time's up, and I think it's kind of time to have a small break before we go on to the next part, second part. So I would like to say, in the following 3 sessions, we turn to Europe. So each speaker will present their research on their own national context, and then our 3 Korean discussants will engage in a roundtable discussion on the European perspectives. But I think we need a short break for about 50 minutes for coffee, right? So we will start again at 3 p.m. within 15 minutes with sessions by European scholars. Hey, Markin, you're already here. Okay, but let's have a little short break because we were like running like for 3 hours for this already. So don't go away. We will resume our sessions within 15 minutes at 3 o'clock sharp. Thank you, Ruth and Boram. This was great. Actually, I really want to talk about that identity crisis a little bit more later. But thank you. See you later. Okay, let's resume our sessions. So now we turn to Europe, and in the following 3 sessions, each speaker will present their research on their own national and regional context, and then our 3 Korean discussants will engage in a roundtable discussion on the European perspective. So this session, 3 speakers first, and then 3 discussants. Okay, and our first presenter is Dr. Marcin Porowski, senior lecturer at Humak University of Applied Science in Finland, and director of Regional Culture Observatory at AMU University of Poznan in Poland. He will explore Finnish and Polish perspectives in his presentation titled Culture Professionals, Education and Cultural Ecosystems, Transfigurations, Stories from Finland and Poland. We will then hear from Dr. Stephen Hardley, who also holds university positions in 2 different European countries. He is a research fellow at the National University of Galway, Ireland, and an associate lecturer at Leuphana University of Lüneburg in Germany. His presentation is titled Audience Development, Cultural Policy, and Cultural Democracy. Our last speaker today is from Italy. Dr. Chiara Danelli is a research fellow of public and cultural management at the Università degli Studi di Parma. Her presentation is titled The Show Must Go On, the transformation of the Italian arts sector during and after COVID-19. So first, we will hear from each discussant, speakers in turn, beginning with Dr. Porowski. Marcin, it's all yours.
Wong-Jo, thank you very much for that introduction and for inviting me here. I'm very glad to be a part of this incredible event with so many participants. So welcome all, and thank you for invitation. I would say that as we heard several very interesting reports and comments about festivals, I myself have to say that I also am a little bit victim of a pandemic in the case of festivals research. So my research was a kind of disturbed because the festival stopped. So we have like a kind of a partisan game of researching festivals without festivals in the last 18 months, but the project continues. This is the project on axionormative dimension of festivals. So music festivals and values behind them, also political values and different other aspects. However, I don't want to talk about festivals here. And I would like to turn into the question of, let's say, some kind of very basic issues. I mean, the title sounds a little bit complicated with that transfiguration. However, I would like to be quite plain and come back to the roots of cultural management education. And we talk about time of crisis, we talk about time of problems, but also we talk about time that gives us a little bit of chance to get things reflected, reloaded. So that's why I'm going to talk about this kind of dimension of our recent practice in cultural management education, and this is what I would like to offer you. I would like to share my screen now with you. So just double check that my presentation is seen by you. I hope so. Could we have a confirmation that you see my presentation? Just a short yes or no.
Yes, we can. Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Okay, great. Right. So let's start from the beginning. As we all know, whether we are students or professionals or teachers, our career paths, our professional life usually is considered as going from point A to point S, W, X, Z, whatever. And it seems like a very simple path. But in the meanwhile, it appears, and this is also my experience and maybe your experience, that it happens that it goes in another direction, that you that you thought it will go. And let's say that usually it's because of people you meet. It is my case. So I met one person and my direction turned a little bit in other, let's say, targets. Then you do project with somebody, you are invited somewhere, you meet another people, and then people like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you go and you find yourself in very, very different position, very different territory suddenly, or in, let's say, in a way that you haven't predicted. But this is not only about people, it's also about events or also crises or different kind of situations like we have it now. And that comes with a certain kind of conclusion that the teaching process and the learning process, and especially for cultural professionals who are so much immersed in practice, is taking different kind of turns that maybe should be reflected. And I like that quotation, which is a quotation taken from one of the, I think, American newspapers. It's a quotation from comedians, illusionists, duo, Penn and Teller. And there is a very nice quotation about education there. They say that education is performance arts. When I go outside at night and look up at the stars, the feeling that I get is not comfort. The feeling that I get is a kind of delicious discomfort at knowing that there is so much out there that I do not understand. And the joy in recognizing that there is enormous mystery, which is not a comfortable thing. This is, I think, the principal gift of education. Another way that's also inspired me in last months is also the famous Australian University slogan for students, which is the mission of university in a way, which goes like question the answer, right? So we have different kind of elements, and especially we can see it in cultural management, cultural production, cultural professionals education, that says directly that this is not simple, this is very complicated, and this is not possible to be engineered in a way as that kind of educational process and process of learning, as we are involved in different kind of events, circumstances, and conditions. Okay, so let's keep it simple. I don't want to steal the topic from Stephen, who is going to talk about audiences. I wouldn't do that, but just as a simple illustration, let's say that the usual situation in the arts and culture is that we have some arts, cultural, creative, heritage organizations with their values and priorities. I just listed that randomly here. You don't need to read it in details, but just to have an impression of what might there be, the different dimensions of practice of cultural organizations, and also employees and practitioners who are a part of them. On the other side, which is not so black and white, of course, and there are a lot of gray zones here, and I don't want to make it too simple, but let's say that there are audiences, people who are not cultural professionals, with their own values and priorities, which sometimes are similar or sometimes are overlapping with values and priorities of organizations, and we want that situation as the best scenario. However, of course, this is not identical, and this is even very often different, right? So we have that kind of different kind of priorities that I put it randomly here, and then it is a situation at a scenario that where until February 2020, I guess, or maybe in some countries even it stopped earlier. And then when we talk about Europe and my part of Europe, which is Central Europe and Nordic or Scandinavian countries, I would say that this is the February and March of 2020 when it all a little bit, not maybe stopped, in some cases stopped completely, but in most of the cases it's have been interrupted by the pandemic. And then we have lockdown, which is our, some say, enemy, which is not exactly true, of course. So we shouldn't blame lockdown for everything. However, this is a security measure, certain kind of solution that was a kind of measure against pandemic. So yes, lockdowns, which seems like for my colleagues who talked about that is like, it's never ending April, like, you know, like certain kind of circular situation when you can get out of that trap. So then we have another wave of pandemic, September's or November's or another February's 2021. So we have a lot of different kind of dynamics that was not healthy. It was stressy for people. And then it turns out that the values and priorities of organizations have selected certain kind of elements that were maybe not so much highlighted before. And also audiences got their values and priorities a little bit, I would say, adjusted to the circumstance. And this is not a usual situation of, let's say, audience engagement into the arts and culture. So we have a drastic shift in priorities and values here, but something else was more important to people. And we'll probably learn about that from the reports and research that will end after the pandemic, as we are still in the pandemic situation in a way, and in partial or full lockdowns. So that's why I would say that we still need to wait for final conclusions about what we have learned through a pandemic, what organizations have learned through it. If I would make a joke, but this is a very bad joke, I would say that the characteristic metaphorical organization for the pandemic might be two of them, which I know, which is Hygiene Museum in Dresden in Germany, or Museum of Broken Relations in Zagreb in Croatia, which is a partly a joke, but this is a kind of a, maybe I would say, iconic topics that we have in last several dozens of months. Well, in practice, what we observe in Finland, in Poland, in Czech Republic, in Germany, and in all around Europe, in Sweden as well, partly, that we analyze the reactions. So how organizations and cultural professionals reacted to the situation. And the reactions are so different in different circumstances of particular professionals. However, across the countries, I would say we don't see a drastic difference between the situations. We are all in a similar situation, and the responses were quite similar in a way, and they're similarly diverse, I would say. So there was a kind of long list of talks about planning, promising, risking, hoping, opening, closing, and trying to keep in touch with audiences, trying to keep in touch with other professionals, and trying to go on, however, without any, let's say, kind of clear picture when it's going to stop. So that is why we have a lot of frustration and etc. So taking just an example of festivals, we can also see how many different behavioral models we have seen. I've seen also a situation when the audience met without organizers of a festival. So they were so much in relation with a festival that can't refuse to meet, even, you know, secretly in a way, right? Or against the rules, or they were able to break the rules, to be in the place and meet as they met every single year in a certain kind of rock or punk music festival. So this is like a festival underground that were provided by festival fanzines, etc. So what was the response? Very often was improvisation, and it was a kind of also explanation, also managing conflicts and managing communication disasters regarding the relation between the cultural professionals and offerers and audiences, like a huge hate against the, you know, festival organizers respecting the rules, and audiences do not want to obey the rules, and they say, you have treated us in a very bad way, you are not following the spirit and the philosophy of our shared event, right? That's philosophy you are now destroying through respecting the rules of government. So these kind of discussions are now in social media, and there are very hot, you know, spots of conflicts and discussions. The question is, did we, and by we, I mean universities, and now I'm going to get into the role of a teacher more than researcher, did we prepare our cultural management, cultural production students or alumni for that? With competencies, skills, tools? And the question is rather not, right? It's difficult to prepare. However, this time that we have now is maybe an opportunity to think about that. I mentioned in the title the, let's say, transfiguration of ecosystems, right? And of course, we can also see it. I don't want to put much time into that because this is more, again, like a theory. But I really like one concept that I think works now, and we can also start from here in thinking what's next. I very like much, this is maybe not very scientific theory, but that's just like a concept by John Holden that was a little bit stolen from Anne Marcuson, an American scholar, by the British colleague. he did a kind of a report, ecology of culture, but it doesn't really mean anything with green ecology so much. It's about, I would say, mostly redefining the sector itself, the main players or main contributors to cultural scene. And he used the word cultural ecosystem, and he said that culture is not a mechanism, is nothing that seems to be able to be engineered. And we tend to think like that, especially if we talk about funds and financing culture. But he says, no, it's more like an organism. And we see it now as several players in the scene try to survive and try to operate and try to struggle with different kind of disasters. We see how that organism really functions. And that's why he said we maybe should use other metaphors now than used to be, not so much engineer or technical metaphors talking about cultural policies and cultural management, seen but more regeneration, symbiosis, growth, life cycle. Maybe we are somewhere here with our local cultural ecosystems, how they are fighting with such a crisis like that one of a pandemic. And one thing is external ecosystem, another thing is internal ecosystem. My question is, what will happen to these organizations that are so much broken by the pandemic? How they will restitute their teams, the people who have been treated by that kind of external conditions very harshly. And this is also another thing, how you can recreate or revitalize your own organization after that 1 or 2 years of such a kind of hard circumstances. Right. So what I can share with you, my experience of last maybe 18 months or so. Well, I would say several months that we were seeing that the situation is really difficult and how to respond to that. And I would say a kind of a natural response of my school and my university, which is Humak University of Applied Science in Finland, was to turn our attention into a little bit different direction, to go more to roots, to basics. And the extra attention was given to the role of universities and maybe any kind of lifelong learning providers, how we respond to that kind of situations. And we see the urgency of something that might be called sustainability values. But again, we don't talk only about ecology here. So by sustainability values, I mean variety of elements that might be, I will have a time to briefly review in a few next minutes. So we need to rethink certain kind of basis of what does it mean to be cultural manager? What are cultural managers' competencies and skills? And what are their roles in interacting with audiences, communities, how we can provide a balance in their work environments and provide a response to unexpected or unpredicted. And my university is a kind of a special place because it is University of Applied Sciences, which is based in different places of Humak, different places of Finland. And in fact, by numbers, it is the biggest higher education institution in the field of cultural management in Finland. So the most numbers of alumni and cultural professionals, cultural producers comes from our university. And that's why we are very much practice-oriented approach. We based on that kind of relation that is automatically applied to practice. And the students I work with on a daily basis, they are mostly cultural practitioners. So they are experienced cultural sector, let's say, players. And they come back to our master's studies after at least 3 years of practice in the field. And some of them are 40 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old, and they are our students as well. So that's why the discussion in the time of a pandemic was quite, I would say, inspiring, as we were together redefining our roots. And this is just an example of what we did. And as my topic is today more cultural management education in the times of pandemic, this was our answer, to provide to our students and practitioners certain kind of platform to rethink their identity, rethink their methods, rethink how they operate in their everyday environment. So we took that kind of path of redefining culture and sustainability in the context of cultural management. We invited international experts and want to make it like a global conversation. So we went through 3 different type of courses. I don't want to now advertise or just talk longer about it, but just to give you my kind of experience. And so this was a kind of long, journey to go through the basics of what we do in our everyday practice and to redefine that, to discuss it again, to come back to certain kind of keywords, certain kind of main concepts that that the pandemic time gave us time for that. I mean, that we were able to reload what we do in our everyday practice. So on the one side, the key rationales of cultural management education is based on sustainability values is to acknowledge, adapt, and strengthen the role of cultural managers in supporting the general sustainability movement, and especially impacting people's and industries' pro-ecological behaviors, assisting all type of attempts to make our life more sustainable, ethical, responsible, or balanced in all 3 pillar-like senses of environmental, social, and economic. But the second perspective, which is much more fitting into the pandemic context, is to look from the inside of cultural management ecosystems more, to look at ourselves of cultural managers and cultural producers, to strengthen sustainability value-oriented practices of leaders and employees of different type of organizations that we work with or work for. So we talk here about the quality of organizational cultures, about non-toxic leadership in organizations, about accessibility of options for professionals' individual development. We talk about synergetic and participative cultural policies that we should try to impact as cultural managers to provide also the good conditions for our own development, ethical and balanced cultural work environment. Finally, being prepared to respond with the well-balanced improvisation to the unexpected. So this is also a provision that those who survives now and who tries to look from out of the box how the, let's say, pandemic impacted their cultural businesses or cultural organizations, those are let's say, eager to improvise and to find solutions when nobody else would look for. And finally, ethically concerned cultural management ecosystem. So we care for the key values that are important for our societies. Okay, I will skip that because this is just to illustrate where we were, but just want to think about different kind of aspects that were there. I just illustrate where we were, what our keywords were, how we approach a pandemic from the perspective of people who were injured by the pandemic, but then we were together as a pack of practitioners and teachers and try to redefine where we are and what we should, in which direction we should go together, and which kind of key values we should in a way strengthen. So I probably should finish now because I want to give time to others to talk about just few words about inspirations that are behind that. So of course, this is very nice book, by the way, which was also from the very beginning of pandemic accompanying us in that kind of work we did. I would say one of the most important elements in that narration by Andres Nair Magnusson, our Nordic author and writer, was that his book on time and water, that I highly recommend for you to read, which is translated into many languages now. I'm not sure if it is translated to Korean, but maybe. But for sure, we have an English version of that book, which is an incredible book. It reverses all the order, and it also involves the role of cultural professionals and creative professionals, whose role is to be ready to provide new narrations, new storytelling, because people listen to stories and not to data. And we should also be able to see and understand the future through the past. And we are the narrators of that kind of relation between the future and the past as cultural professionals, as providers of different kind of narration stories and expressions. And this is very interesting narration that Andres Nair Magnusson provided that might be inspiration for cultural professionals too. And this is the kind of a moment when we have time, and we had time to also rethink and reload the content in cultural management world through the inspiration from outside, from other sectors, from other people who say, okay, but you can give something to us as cultural professionals. You can now inject your own potentials and your own content to our everyday life, because you are better in providing narration that is convincing, that is strong, that is powerful to our imagination, and to revaluing our reality that we used to go on, but now we have a crisis and we have to little bit think from a different side about where we go and what are our main drivers in our lives, also professional lives. Okay, I think I'm out of time because I talk too much freely, not sticking to my presentation. Sorry for that, but just I want to leave you with some thoughts and just I probably stop. We have incredible materials regarding that kind of dimension of culture and sustainability that always comes from Finland, where I work. And we have very interesting materials that I'm going also to give you that presentation. So if you have more time to read, and we are in a hurry now, I know, so feel free to also contact me and feel free to ask questions and feel free to review the material I will give you, or I already sent it to your colleagues to Korea, to Wongjo as well. So you can follow that kind of content and concept that are here. And the last thing, and the bridge to Stephen, who's going to talk next, who I really, I'm glad that you are here with me. Thank you for that. So the second experience, which goes more from Poland. So in the very same time that was the situation in Finland that I was involved in, providing some kind of reloading of thoughts regarding cultural managers' identity in Poland, we did a different project. It was an educational project for professionals, like a parallel, which was more on audience development as a kind of another redefinition of cultural management education, let's say, basics in that way. So taking a side of audiences, going from the side of audiences to redefine our cultural management identity, and that's also now the essence. So I'm really glad that Stephen will continue and will talk about audience development and probably the critical role of our rebuilding our relation with audiences in the time of a crisis and after time of the crisis. So there are a few more inspirations here, and I will stop with a Finnish Screaming Man Screaming Man Choir, which is another aspect of, let's say, audience engagement, inclusion, social sustainability, and also healing process. So as we are so frustrated, maybe after the pandemic, maybe the solution like that with Screaming Man Choir, which is like a punk rock band type of ensemble, which is behave like a classical choir, but only scream. So maybe this kind of therapy after the pandemic, maybe giving different kind of opportunities to our audiences to work with us as cultural professionals, but also express themselves and also share with us their basic narrations, basic frustrations, to get a healing process after that, social distance disease that we went through. I think this is also something that cultural professionals can give. So there are many lessons we can learn from the pandemic as teachers, as professionals, and I will stop here. And sorry for a little longer speech. Thank you very much.
Martin, thank you very much. And actually, I'm really sorry that we always need more time to talk a little more, right? But I think we can actually do that later at some point, right? And so thank you again, Dr. Porowski. And I just looked up for a Museum of Broken Relations, actually. And wow, it was interesting. It was interesting. It was started in 2003 by an artist who experienced broken heart after 4-year love relationship. And I think it is a good example how artists and cultural managers can make very personal affairs very social or public affairs. So like start from me to nurture, cultivate we, I think. So it gave me that kind of inspiration. Thank you. And I will also definitely buy and read the book On Time and Water. That was it, right? On Time and Water.
Yes.
I will definitely buy it. But sorry, we don't have much enough time. But there will be more opportunities that we can meet in either in other conferences or some kind of these lectures. And now, Dr. Stephen Hartley, so your presentation is titled Audience Development, Culture Policy, and Culture Democracy. And Dr. Hartley, would you please share your perspective and presentation?
Yeah. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Very lovely to be. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's very lovely to be here. Thank you, Marjan. It's very lovely to see you as well. Marjan's an old friend. Feels like a very early morning reunion. And I'm going to pick up just a couple of comments that Marjan's made. Actually, it's one of those comments which really hit home, which is about the economic framing of culture. And I think what kind of COVID has taught us about that, or will teach us about that going forward. But let me start my presentation first of all. Oops, which is quite near the end and needs to be at the start. There we go. Is that working okay? Yep, perfect. So there's three very big terms in the title of this presentation, which in 20 minutes, obviously, I'm not going to get near unpacking, but what I wanted to do was give you a sense, a little bit of the UK context in terms of where we are right now. And I think where we've been probably for the past 18 months as well. And what I'm not going to do is provide any data. There is an awful lot, there's a whole industry in the UK now providing data on the impacts of COVID. Indeed, there's a whole industry operating, I think, worldwide now. And I think what's interesting about that analysis of the impacts of COVID on the cultural sector is that it tends to talk in a very econometric way. It talks about jobs, contracts, posts, loss of income, etc. Now, that's obviously in one sense quite understandable because these things are very important in terms of people's everyday lives. We all have bills to pay and mortgages, etc. But at the same time, it does reveal certain ways of thinking about the cultural sector that COVID has highlighted. So what I'm going to do is just talk about the much wider cultural policy context, and then I'm going to loop back in to COVID at the end and just offer some observations there. The first thing to say in terms of the title of the presentation is I'm just going to read out this quote from Kevin Mulcahy, who's an American academic. A democratic state cannot be seen as simply indulging the aesthetic preferences of a few, however enlightened. Consequently, a democratic cultural policy must articulate its purposes in ways that demonstrate how the public interest is being served. This quote and this idea and some of the things that I think are kind of embedded in this statement was the jumping off point for my new book on audience development and cultural policy, which I'll talk about in a moment. But what Mulcahy is articulating here is the most fundamental essence, I think, of cultural policy. And what we teach students in terms of arts management, which is that in Western, in fact, in global liberal democracies, and there's obviously an issue there of the extent to which we even have liberal democracies anymore, but that's a whole other class. There is this question around democratic access. And that can be interpreted in a number of different ways, obviously, and has a number of different manifestations in the cultural sector. One of the key elements of that is obviously around how, my slide's not working, how audience development works in that context. And for the purposes of this presentation, you can think about this in terms of arts marketing, or you can think of it in terms of audience development, or you can think of it in terms of audience engagement. I think when we look at this question globally, different countries are in different places in terms of how they articulate what they see as the role or the purpose or the meaning or the discursive function of audiences within this context. But the point is that there is an implicit theoretical and indeed practical relationship there between having publicly subsidized cultural sector, which is based on a system of taxation. And in many ways, this system of taxation is the thing that therefore builds the moral bridge to needing to engage much more people, both in terms of depth of engagement and also in terms of breadth of engagement. And of course, arts management and arts managers have a very key role to play in this relationship. What I argue in the book is that audience development is better understood as a function of cultural policy and not as simply a tool or a function of arts management. Now, having worked as in many cultural institutions myself, it's quite natural that arts managers kind of have what you might call a quite limited horizon or a limit of belief or perspective in terms of the role of arts management. And often in an organizational context, that's because there are very urgent focuses on things like selling tickets or getting more people to come to an exhibition or generating income through the bar or through the shop. So that kind of horizon of thinking tends to lead people working in audience development to see it as a management function. What I argue in the book is that audience development is much better thought of as an ideological project and sits within the much wider context of cultural policy. And I don't really have time to go into these concepts in great detail, but essentially the framework that I situate audience development in is between these ideas of democratization of culture and cultural democracy. And I'll talk a little bit about these two ideas, and I've got a table to show you. I'm not sure how well you'll be able to see it, but let's see how we go. The democratization of culture is the model that certainly in Western Europe, Central Europe to some extent, and then in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, a little bit less so in America. Perhaps we can discuss how this applies to South Korea, is a kind of, in our context, a post-World War II Keynesian model. That's from John Keynes, the famous economist who set up the Arts Council of Great Britain in the UK. And this is a model which takes a notion of high culture, even though that term itself has a very strong colonial resonance and implication. But it takes this idea of a high culture or a kind of hierarchy of values of culture within which the cultures at the higher level must be taken and brought essentially to the masses in a kind of mass market model. Again, based on ideas that this is somehow good for us, and a very, very long, multi-century post-Enlightenment, I guess, ideas around the civilizing effects of culture. And of course, let's not forget that the word culture itself, the etymology of that word to cultivate from plants and horticulture, is about developing and growing a plant or an individual in that sense. Whereas cultural democracy is a much more bottom-up, flat value structured system that is much more about the process of engagement and participation than it is about the right culture or perhaps a state approved culture. So there's these two kinds of binaries. I've started to call them epistemic universes, partly because what I found doing the research and the fieldwork that underpins the book is that whilst we can articulate the democratization of culture and cultural democracy as two different policy positions, of course, they also embody two different belief systems. And there's a lot of recent research about why people work in cultural management that talks about arts management as a vocation. And as you would expect from using that word vocation, what is involved in that is a kind of self-identification with and a passion for working in culture. So whilst you might have a job where you had no identification, no passion for it, and it was simply work to earn money in the cultural sector, in many ways, the same way that we talk about teaching and we talk about people who work in medicine, in health, doctors, is this kind of sense of a vocation. So that brings with it a whole bundle of beliefs and attachments and passions that create this kind of epistemic universe around what is essentially a kind of slightly abstract policy idea. So the democratization of culture is quite recognizable when you know it in an English context, partly because Arts Council England like to have these short phrases that embody the principal idea, in this case, great art and culture for everyone. And perhaps you can tell me whether there is a Korean equivalent of this. This is the German version, or one of them, which I saw when I was walking around Hamburg a couple of years ago, for uns alle, for us all. So it's a very common, as I say, very common, quite a simple idea, but there's an awful lot happening within that concept. Now, I'm not sure how well you'll be able to see this. I'm happy to share this with people, and as I say, it's in the book. What I wanted to do was try and create a shorthand version of both these ideas at a kind of very high policy level, and maybe some of the ways that they are enacted and operationalized in arts management. So just briefly, what you can see here at the top in this column is democratization of culture. What you can see in this column is cultural democracy. I brought some universal and contingent, objective, subjective elements here, and these are very top level, like the existence of universal norms is the belief within the democratization of culture, so that great art is always great art everywhere, as opposed to the idea that norms are social constructions, so that our ideas of cultural value are contingent on the social, economic, cultural context that they find themselves in. I talk about the difference between beauty and aesthetics, ways this manifests itself in terms of culture and communication. And then finally, culture and consumption. So an obvious one here, I'm bearing in mind that this is talking in quite broad terms. When we look at democratization of culture and how these beliefs are made manifest, we find that often in terms of the consumption of culture, the audience is passive. And we recognize this in terms of concert halls, in terms of very quiet, hushed gallery spaces. It embodies a lot of these ideas of the passive reception of great art and culture. It's kind of that way that the word audience is used in terms of having an audience with the Pope, you know. There's a power imbalance there. Whereas if we look in terms of cultural democracy, the audience is active, and we have ideas here around participation and co-creation and user-generated content, remixing of culture and so on. And then at the bottom is the suggestion, even though this is grey, it's not quite as black and white as obviously this makes sense. It's this move from modernity to post-modernity. And I also articulate, I'm not going to talk about it now, but in the book, as I said, these epistemic epistemic universes lend themselves to the idea of two different traditions within cultural policy, within arts management, and specifically in the book. in terms of audience development. And these are the arts lover tradition and the social justice tradition. And these are kind of, I would perhaps say, two different kinds of personality types. I think what's interesting in the way that many people enter arts management and enter arts management education is an awful lot to do with their upbringing. I mean, this is the way that social and cultural capital is passed on through generations and through social groups, of course. But a lot of the time, a lot of those assumptions and beliefs are unquestioned. So you end up with organizational cultures in the arts sector where there is a whole set of beliefs which sit on this side of the chart, but which aren't questioned or assumed to be open to question. And that is one of the things that they're going to try and do in the book. To bring this into a UK context and to move to kind of the COVID context of this, this is Arts Council England's 10-year strategy. It's called Let's Create. It was released in January 2020, so it's about 6 or 8 weeks before we went into an emergency lockdown in March of 2020. And what's really interesting about this particular document is that there had been some quite significant movement and discussions and prior reports and publications made that suggested that the Arts Council was about to make a very significant shift in English cultural policy history and make the shift from this side of the table to this side, to move from democratization of culture to cultural democracy. Now, obviously, that isn't something that can happen materially in terms of the funded client structure overnight. But what it can, the way it can happen is in terms of a reorientation of the strategic direction of the funding body, which was what appeared to happen with Let's Create and the issue of this strategy, because it was very much oriented around ideas and theories and concepts that the Arts Council had articulated and had been found within the ideas of cultural democracy. Most important, I think, in this sense was this statement in the document, which said, we do not believe that certain types or scales of creative activity are inherently better or of greater value than others. Now, this is a quite incredible statement, and it's also quite vague. So it can be interpreted in a number of different ways, but I think on the face of it, what it says is that opera is no better than theatre, but also opera is no better than hip hop. So it really turns on its head the idea of hierarchies of cultural value which underpin the democratization of culture. And of course, what then comes out of this is a really big question about how, when you have a huge material infrastructure, and by that I mean all of the buildings and art centres and concert halls and galleries and so on, which are functioning in one model, how do you move to a model that is quite fundamentally different and doesn't necessarily need to have all of those buildings and all of the quite incredible cost that is associated with those buildings. So, of course, COVID happened, and there was a sense in the English context that we were at the point of a quite historic policy change there. I should say as well, there'd been an awful lot of academic work, particularly out of the University of Manchester, around this idea of everyday creativity. And an awful lot of academic work which had really argued that the audience development model focused on this idea of non-participation, and focused on this idea of people somehow being in deficit or somehow having a lack, being hard to reach if they weren't engaging in the right culture, in the state subsidized culture. They were engaging or attending in the wrong way, supposedly. And there's been an awful lot of pushback on that idea, quite rightly, I would say. Now, what's been interesting, I think, and I'm going to close just with a couple of short reflections on, I think, the way that COVID has changed our thinking, is in a broad social level, and Marjan touched on some of this in his talk, on a broad social level, COVID has brought about a lot of conversations around the environment, around sustainability, around travel. Of course, as academics and teachers, we are now having an international conference on Zoom, which has both its benefits and its drawbacks. So there is a large conversation taking place there. We should be very aware of what sociologists would perhaps call the stratification, the social stratification of that conversation, okay? It comes from a particular place of privilege in many cases and often isn't acknowledged as such. And it's all very well for people who have been used to flying all over the world to start talking about the need to have conferences on Zoom, because of the impact on the environment. At the same time, there are a large percentage of the population who've not been on a plane and would quite like to go somewhere else and probably benefit from it enormously. This is a long, long-winded way of saying that I think we need to be careful not to confuse the effects of capitalism, the very negative aspects of capitalism that we see in society, with some of the effects that we see in terms of what might be considered the failure of the democratization of culture. What do I mean by that? Well, an awful lot of the conversation has quite naturally talked about precarity, the huge number of freelancers, and let's say the huge number of freelancers who work both in the education system and in the cultural sector. Particularly in a UK context, there has been a very stark reflection on the way that really since Thatcher's government in the early 1980s onwards has really pushed the cultural sector into the market. And one of the consequences of that is that cultural organisations had to become less reliant on state funding and generate their own income, usually through ticket sales. And of course, ticket sales is the first thing that has disappeared. The Royal Opera House in London, for example, 3 out of every £5 of their earned income disappeared overnight. So that has had very real implications. But there are two different things happening here. One is the economic architecture and structure of the sector within capitalism, which is fundamentally broken and had a number of structural weaknesses that have been really quite clearly highlighted by what's happened with COVID. The other is a slightly different question, and we shouldn't confuse cause and effect here, because the other question is that the sector was kind of broken already. It wasn't broken in terms of precarity or in terms of the number of freelancers, but it was broken in terms of the model that we had, the democratization of culture, where there had been systemic failure to achieve change in terms of racial diversity, in terms of audiences, a whole raft of issues which I would argue are less to do with the context that we find ourselves in more widely in society, but more to do with the fact that the ideological project of the democratization of culture was in deep trouble before COVID even happened, I guess. But having said all of those terrible doom and gloom things, I'm going to leave you and finish just on a positive note from the very great Raymond Williams, who said, to be truly radical is to make hope possible rather than despair inevitable. And I think what I would say in closing is that I think cultural democracy embodies the idea of how culture and participation in culture with other people, different people, a different range of people, creates the opportunity for empathy. It creates the opportunity for understanding. It creates the opportunity for communality. And it brings us back into this kind of public sphere and the civic sphere, which I worry other forms of cultural activity don't bring us to. So I would argue and champion in our post-COVID environment that we focus on the culturally democratic opportunity, I guess, of the civic sphere. So that's me finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hadley. I strongly agree that we should be careful not to confuse the structural effects of late-stage capitalism with the purpose of the democratization of culture project. And we may be able to talk about this in a bit more details, but after another presentation, okay? So Stephen, please stay with us for the discussion. So for the last session, Dr. Chiara Donnelly, please share your perspective from Italy, okay? Hello.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks once more I'm honored to be here today, and thanks to the other presenter for their great insight into their perspective and cultural sector. Well, can you see my presentation?
Yes. You can start your slideshow. Yeah, great.
Great. So just give me a minute. Okay. So yes, I'm Chiara Donelli. I'm from Italy. I'm from the University of Parma in Italy. And what I present you today, it's the perspective on the pandemic as a game changer in the Italian cultural sector. Okay, here we are. The COVID-19 was an unprecedented situation, and in Italy especially, we've adopted unprecedented solution. So you mentioned before the Korean solution. Well, Italian one was completely different. We went through a complete lockdown in the last summer and spring. There was a reopening movement and social distancing measure through all the summer, and then we closed again during the second wave. Are we back to normal yet? No, still not. We are still facing and experiencing limitation in and restriction in movements, and there are still some services which are still closed. And what was interesting in this situation is that the cultural organizations were the last one to be reopened and the first one to be closed, but we'll see that in more detail later. If I have to describe the pandemic, how the pandemic affected the cultural sector in Italy, I will say it had affected in 3 different ways. So digitalization, there was not some move, a transformation in the sector. There was a movement advocating for recognition of artists and art workers' rights and culture as a primary asset. And then there was rediscover on how museums see their mission and how do they serve their communities. Well, we will start from digitalization. Digitalization was nothing new in the art sector. It was was something that was already happened. COVID-19 was just an accelerator of this transformation. We should be careful that digitalization is not just communicating online, which for so long have been perceived by cultural organizations in Italy. So they were saying, oh, we're digitalizing our asset. In the end, they were just communicating what they were doing offline, online. Well, COVID forced these institutions and individual artists to move and to think to a new way to deliver services. Data from like the network of European museum organization actually prove these trends. So they say that the 60% of the world's museum have increased their online presence. What's interesting is that in Italy, only 1/4 of the museum actually have a structured digital strategy. We'll see what this means. So what the museum and other arts organizations have done during COVID, they moved to with virtual tour, the creation of podcasts, creators talk, educational program like the one in Museum of Technology and Science in Milan. So they were providing like experiments, laboratory for young children, but providing that online. They were creating podcasts to tell stories and engaging story with audience. Or as Castello Monte has done, they create all the museums, so like augmented reality experience, which could be experienced both online, but also physically. So the digital content, the digital transformation actually enrich the visit. I took the example of Uffizi Digital. Uffizi is the word most known museum, I think. You have to think that Uffizi didn't have any Facebook page until March 2020. 1 year after, they now have 18,000 followers on their Facebook account. What is interesting about their communication campaign, their service delivering campaign, is that was structured to engage and to communicate to different type of public. So we have like Uffizi Decameron, which was started in the really beginning of the pandemic, and there's a way to telling story about the Boccaccio's masterpiece, about the plug. That was the plug of 14th century, but was a way to help people to face the trauma of lockdown while telling the story of the masterpiece. Uffizi da Mangiare is an interesting experiment. There are chefs from around Italy, which was imagining recipes based on the ingredients of the masterpiece in the Uffizis. Again, it's a nice way to cross-boundary collaboration, not just within the art sector, but also touching different type of other sectors. And that was interesting also because what the Italians were doing while during the lockdown was mainly cooking. So that was, again, another different type of inspiration. Or TikTok. They started a TikTok page in which they were posting ironic video, not just like ironically on, let's say, easy topic, but they were tackling also like important topics such as women's rights, lockdown measure, and deductive video. But digitalization is just offering something online, but it's just always creating a blended experience. That's the case of La Scala. La Scala, the kickoff La Scala was launched completely on without public because there was lockdown back in December 7th. That was the first time since the Second World War in which La Scala was empty for, I mean, the world kickoff didn't took place. Why was it interesting? First, because La Scala in this way reached an global, potentially global audience. The Arrivederci le Stelle was broadcasted in the main television and opera platform around the world. But that was an interesting experience because although now La Scala is open, is reopened, and all the theater and performing arts institutions are open, they're still experiencing reduction of available seats due to social distancing measure. You have to think that La Scala moved from 2,000 to 500 theater goers allowed to enter into the theater. So digital experience could actually provide an idea to create a blended offer for the ones that are not allowed or not able to enter the theater due to social distancing measure. Another interesting example is the Leonardo Last Supper. Leonardo Last Supper is an opportunity. It's not just seeing, provide the opportunity to see the Leonardo Last Supper from around the world, but also provide the opportunity to go really close to the paintings, which during the physical experience is not possible due to preservation measures and conservation needed. That's something which was on TikTok really interesting. So it's a nice way to rethink about Last Supper, but during lockdown. So this brings to the dilemmas in future research and act, like what should we, on about what we should think about. So one is like, how do we measure performance? Are we sure we want to measure performance through clicks? We should be aware that sometimes clicks means reducing content quality just to attract and stimulate user action. We don't want that. We don't want this. We want to educate user and enlighten them about the past coherently with the mission of our organization, or about coherently with the artistic vision of artists. But at the same time, the digital offer should be differentiated and diverse to consider different type of audience, from baby boomers to Generation Z. Another point is the financial sustainability. Digital activities help to get a wider audience, but at the same time that they do not bring traditional revenue. What should we do? Do we want to charge for online content, or maybe provide like freemium services? Or if we decide to go free, we should find innovative solution to convey the digital engagement into like the digital engagement online in our pages into sponsorship and partnership. We should be aware that digital content brings a lot of data about our audience and about their interests. They can use this data to better customize the offer offline and online. Again, be aware to don't transform their mission just to match the expectation of our visitors. And again, wider question. So digital transformation means having skills. It means continuous effort inside the cultural organization, museum staff, and means rethink the service and the offer. Are museum, cultural organization, artists ready for that? Do they have enough capacity and competence to create digital content? Which is the good trade-off? That's still an open question. So moving from the second areas, rights and sector recognition, there is something that has been cited before in the other presentation, but the economic crisis was related to COVID actually made the structural problem of the sector more evident. As I was mentioning, museum and cultural organizations have been the first institution to be closed and the last one to be reopened. And there was big reduction in the occupancy rate in the last year in the cultural sector. And then there was limited possibility for artists to access to welfare measure. What you see here, there was a part of demonstration called Bauli in Piazza. It was a national demonstration taking place in all the Italian square of Italian art workers protesting for their rights. Another interesting experience was the one from AWI, Art Worker Italy. It is an informal autonomous group of art workers, and they are claiming for the recognition of art worker condition. A lot of art workers are experiencing like fragmented and atypical type of contract, which again led to limited access to social welfare. During the COVID and during the lockdown, there was an increase in demand for digital content, which turns out to be unpaid or with again, fragmented type of contract, not only by private entities, but also from public entities. So again, what are the action needed in future research in this sector? We need a recognition of the art worker rights. We should restructure the sector, and not only in the policy agenda, but also inside the single organization. We should develop a code of conduct of specificity of different type of cultural works, and the recognition, the peculiarity of the artwork. And so we should provide social welfare accordingly. And then the last one is the recognition of culture as a primary need, which should be compared to education and health, not just in theory, but in practice. As was mentioned before, culture needs to be financed. We should actually provide money, public finance culture, because if it's a primary need, we should help this primary need to be fulfilled, to be sustainable, and to be accessible for everyone. And the future research also include new model and research. We still need a comprehensive map or state of the art of the working condition and type of art worker, both in Italy and I guess also in other countries. And we have to rethink about new model of public financing and social welfare for this peculiar sector, which is the art sector. And the third point is about mission and how our arts organization not transform, but rediscover their mission as place serving community and serving communities needs. So as I was mentioning before, there was a restriction in travel. There was this led to limited tourism. So we moved from over tourism to no tourism at all, to empty big cities such as Venice, Rome, and so forth. Cultural organization experience different type of audience, so more like community type of audience, as a lot also not only international but also Italian people were not allowed to move from one region to the other. And a new type of audience also, there are people which have not been in a museum before, and at some point they decided that was important. But also the community expressed a new need for like public available space, or to visit open air cultural activities to avoid contagions. This led to new business models and to creative solution to reimagining the new normal. I started from the Io Resta Casa. That was the really first campaign started by cultural institution in Italy. It was like an invitation to stay home. So a lot of art institutions in the really first lockdown decided to responsibly close even before the lockdown. As from Stefano Boeri was mentioning, is from Triennale di Milano, there are moments in which it's necessary to acknowledge the risk and such help other in acknowledging them as well. So a lot of cultural organizations close and they start their activities online using this hashtag. Another interesting campaign was the Art for COVID. So artists and cultural sector was starting to use this hashtag for communicating the fact they were donating the artwork to the community, or they were selling the artwork and donating their revenues to raise funds for hospital and the people in need during the first lockdown. So again, this is like art inspiring community in ethical behavior. Together with that, the cultural organizations start to serve the community in a different way, such as the Museum Mother, which transformed part of their space into vaccination center, or other museums which donate their spaces or lended their spaces for school and to other institutions for ensuring social distancing. So where it was not possible to respect the social distancing measure at school, young kids were going to museum to follow to their lesson into the museum. And the cultural organization adapted their mission and their activities to a more local audience. I find inspiring what the director of the GAMEC Bergamo is one of the most, the first city which was hit by the COVID and which experienced the highest percentage of loss. And what he was saying is, GAMEC proudly rediscover the civic vocation, and these things must now be preserved, enhanced, and capitalized on. Museums finally have the opportunity to overturn the axiom that in the last decade has wanted to describe this as driving forces for tourism, to become instead a pillar of welfare. This reflection, this thought brings us to another concept, which is the other two concepts. So one is this idea of providing arts in open air space. So a lot of festival, museum, and exhibition moved outside their activity, outside their wall, not only to avoid contagious, but also to inspiring like normal people, let's say, people which would not have usually got inside the museum. And also leads us to a second reflection about over-tourism. A lot of Italian cities were experiencing over-tourism, which was actually damaging, like the example of Venice. Venice is now under the UNESCO list of heritage at risk due to over-tourism. Well, during lockdown, overcrowded city was empty. So tourism reduction was actually perceived as a panacea for overcrowded city. But now we have to think that we should not go back to that model. And so we have, again, to find innovative solution. And so interesting example is the one from Uffizi again, that is an old image from Uffizi before the lockdown. So big museums start to collaborate with smaller museums, and Uffizi, for example, start to loan their artworks for free to incentivize tourism to travel not only in the main Uffizi, to travel not only to go in the Uffizi, but also to travel outside the city of Florence, out of the beaten track, and to discover the heritage, which is not only in the big city, but especially in the territory and the land around, in what we can call the buffer zone around the big cities. So to incentivize this type of tourism, to transform neighbors and territory into open-air museum, which is not only exhibiting artwork, but also activating and creating and telling compelling story about the heritage, intangible heritage, memories and objects. That's our heritage. We have 90% of our heritage, which is actually intangible. We have to find innovative way to tell these stories. And so, which are the action needed in photo research? Again, destructing the existing paradigms about tourism, to think about a new and more a slow and mindful type of tourism to create sustainable practice, rediscover the mission of cultural organization as was mentioned before, creation of welfare, to decrease and to rediscover their social mission, to decrease social differences, and actually cultural organization serving communities and community needs. Digitalization proves us that museum and cultural institutions can think global, but they still need to plan local and to have their mission and their vision focused on co-creating values with the community they are in, and make partnership, not only with other cultural institutions, but also to different type of other sector. And think about museum outside the wall or cultural organization outside the wall. The pandemic have proven that it's better together than alone. We have to think about cross-boundary collaboration, but also model of broad-based ownership, collaborative type of government, new way for sharing competencies, expertise, assets, new way of sharing spaces, and again, public-private partnership. We should think as cultural organization, not as a single island, but as a network of different organizations. And go behind the bureaucratic model of single organization management. Well, thank you for the attention. What you see here is one of the most photographed public art installation during COVID in Florence. It is the Fund by JR on Palazzo Strozzi. Here a brief bibliography, and I want to tell you that these conclusions are part of our research, which is still ongoing. It was based on Twitter published in the Italian art platform Art Tribune, and that was based on a research in which other actors provide their experience and expertise. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Donali, for your session presentation with great examples, and emphasizing or getting back to the mission and better together than alone. They really resonated with me as an art lover. Thank you. And thank you again, Dr. Porowski and Dr. Hadley too, for your insightful talks. And now we will go to the discussion. And our discussants are Dr. Jin-Woo Lee, research professor at the Center for the Arts and Cultural Management at Kyunghee University in Seoul, and Dr. Haewon Won, who is research fellow at ISA, Université Grenoble-Alpes, will be joining us from France. And lastly, Dr. Min-Kyung Kim, research fellow at the Busan Development Institute in Korea, will share her comments and feedback. So one thing to note is that Dr. Marcin Porowski had to take an airplane soon. So he's now in taxi, I think, and he's connected via his mobile phone. So it may be a little difficult for him to respond to discussion. So if you kind of have any questions to Dr. Marcin Porowski, just provide me, and then I will kind of deliver that to him, and then he may answer that later, or from via emails. Let's begin with Dr. Lee. So would you please offer your feedback to these European speakers?
Okay, thanks for Professor Zhang. And to begin, thanks for your great presentation, and it's very enjoyable and informative. Because of the limited time, I would like to make a quick review on each paper with providing a question for each presenter. In the first presentation, Dr. Porowski talked about cultural education as well as internal and external cultural ecosystem during the pandemic. By conducting sort of case study in the context of two different countries, the researcher highlight educational institution would play a role in expecting trends and responding needs regarding to cultural managers' competency and skills. I prepared a question for him, but it is impossible to ask him right now, so I would deliver the question to Professor Zhang. And in the second paper, Dr. Hadley tries to make an implication of cultural democracy by exploring the relationship between cultural policy and audience development. This presentation addresses aim by analyzing the situation, particularly in the UK context, and comes up with the idea reconsidering and reconfiguring the relationship between audience and the arts. For me, the most interesting part is the discussion about democratization of culture and democracy. I think I should buy your book, I think. Anyway, although you briefly mentioned in your last slide, within these two epistemic universe, could you expect some kind of conceptual change in the post-COVID-19? That is my question. And move on to third presentation. Dr. Donnelly present how cultural organization in Italy deal with COVID-19 crisis. By analyzing various examples, this paper shows the creative ways of people and institutions in cultural sector to recover from the pandemic. As we can see from her slide, the outcome of this research is very interesting and well organized. Here is my question though. You are talking about the shift in cultural organization with their digitalization and radicalization and globalization, I think. So in the post-COVID-19 era, how do you expect that this transformation is sustainable in the long term? What do you think? Okay, that's all I had, and thank you.
Okay, Stephen, would you please respond to Dr. Giannulli's question first? Oh, you should unmute yours.
That's a big question. Again, I think there is a whole industry of people discussing what will happen in the post-COVID context. And I had this conversation with a very senior director of the Arts Council, and he said something to me that's still in my head. He said, we have got the biggest drop in GDP since the Napoleonic War. And it's not going to be anything good happening in the cultural sector after COVID. I think we've got it's almost like a kind of strange schizophrenia, a strange dynamic in that there has been a huge amount of advocacy about how culture, in a very broad sense, has saved us during lockdown. Yeah, and it's really interesting the way that advocacy argument is made, because it kind of says, oh, everybody watched Netflix in lockdown, so we must fund the arts. And I'm kind of like, What? No, that's not a good argument. That's like that's just taking the word culture and stretching it in this really long way so it means whatever you want it to mean. So I think we are going to face incredibly difficult economic circumstances. And when we face very difficult economic circumstances, subsidy for culture becomes a very problematic question. I think my biggest concern is that we were having really important debates and discussions around race and gender and class and democratic access. And my biggest concern would be that we will lose those important conversations in the focus on jobs and income and freelancers and precarity. And we will see the important social justice conversation replaced by an economic conversation. And even though that will be important to keep people in work and to safeguard the industry, I think we will lose a lot in that conversation as well.
I agree. Well, Chiara, would you please respond to Gino?
So thanks for your question. I'm continuing what Professor Adley said. So an example about sustainability. So Netflix was working. So the Italian Ministry of Culture decided, well, why don't we create the Netflix of culture in Italy? Well, that was just a marketing process. We already have like our Netflix of culture. Our cultural organizations are still, we're already providing interesting material, interesting videos, interesting film. We didn't need a Netflix of culture. But just that is the way in which like a lot of government or policymakers perceive the idea of culture. Culture is so, let's say, like fragmented, but in a good way. There is so different perspective around when we speak about culture. We should be aware of that. We should find, when you ask me about sustainability, we should develop interesting way to acknowledge this diversity. We should not just financing the big museum, big opera production, what is interesting or is for the public, but we shall actually take and acknowledge the differences. Again, about sustainability, that's a big question. And about rights, I do not actually agree, not fully agree with you. I think the social inclusion, actually, if we get more rights and more rights and recognition in terms of money recognition, we also get social inclusion and social justice, especially because a lot of without the economic rights compensation, we cannot have like social justice or increase the differences on race and the discourse about women. And so like women do need money to work inside the cultural organization, do need even more money maybe than men, because they do have and more social welfare measure rather than other like part of or other type of art workers. I don't know if this was clear.
Okay, well, I think it's already 4:32, and I think we have to kind of really compactize our talk. So how about this? Helen, would you please actually kind of give your feedback to both Stephen and Chiara, and then Mingyong, you add your comments, and then we were gonna have Stephen's response and Chiara's response in turn. How about that? So, Helen, would you please share your perspective and opinions?
Okay. First of all, thank you very much to the three presenters. It was really interesting with European cases, which we cannot often hear in Korea. listening to these very concrete cases of Finland, Poland, Italy, and UK, I understood how reconfiguration of cultural ecosystem or digitalization are essential for the art and culture management through pandemic times in the European countries. So now I'd like to come back on Mr. Hadley's presentation and the concept of cultural democracy. I believe nowadays in Korea too, democratization of culture, which means the access to the culture for everyone, is more and more questioned, especially during the pandemic. We could see major art centers that had to totally stop their activities. Then I think this threat gave us the opportunity to redefine the role of art and culture management and even the role of arts in our societies. So I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Hartley about cultural democracy, but first, I know I don't have many time. Let me give you a bit of context. Actually, I'm currently participating in a micro nonprofit organization to carry out an art education project inside a community in Seoul. The program aims at showing to the people living in an industrial area that their own culture brings some artistic value. I think it matches the concept of cultural democracy to democracy you exposed earlier. And we try here to avoid the traditional way and really be with the inhabitants and value their experience. But now we are facing kind of a dilemma. The people we would like to engage in the project are reluctant, saying like, if I had time, I would work more or do something else to earn more money instead of making arts or something. On the other hand, although we found people who were very interested in our education program, actually, they already participated in such program and have some cultural capital. At this point, we start having doubts on the educational part of our program. So I'd like to know your opinion on how to use art education to reach cultural democracy.
So before Stephen responds to this, Minkyung, would you please add anything?
Oh, yeah. First of all, thanks for all the presenters. I got many insight and general understanding of what kind of changes and effort each country has made to handle this COVID-19 era. There are meaningful thoughts that other doctors already shared. So I would like to share my thought very shortly by adding 2 inputs for smooth time management. First, I totally agree with the importance of digitalization or digital transformation that Dr. Donnelly argued. Absolutely, it is necessary to increase capacity, how to communicate, interact with audiences, and generate revenue through a digital platform. And at this moment, many art and culture organizations try to offer diverse digital exhibition, on-demand education service, YouTube streaming, podcast, and develop diverse strategical actions in response to these changes. But addition to that effort, I would argue that we also need to think about how to apply the technology like augmented reality or virtual reality or the metaverse, thing like that, in operating art organizations and developing their programs. Because especially to attract more MZ generation, it should be seriously considered, because probably for them, going to art exhibition, performing art concert would be another option, like watching Netflix and YouTube or doing mobile game at home. But maybe they feel more comfortable when they enjoy artworks in digital ways. So I would say many art and culture organizations are now competing with Netflix and mobile game company, and the emergence of COVID-19 speed up this situation, I would say. And of course, at the same time, we also need to think about how to deliver the digital service for senior audiences who are not familiar with using these digital devices and platforms. As my second and last thought to share, I would argue that it is also important to study and discuss how to generate and or sustain social impact of the art while people engaging in art activities in digitalized ways, and how to access the impact of the digital art services or programs, because engaging in art activities in digitalized setting would be definitely different with in-person art engagement experience. So it should be seriously considered as well in the near future, and it could be a research agenda, because that kind of a discussion would be also related to increased validity to support the cultural works and the sector in this crisis or after the COVID-19 era. So I would like to wrap up my discussion here for our time, and I would like to take it over to Eunjo. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim and Dr. Won. Great comments and great questions. And well, because of time, I think I have to ask Stephen and Kiara for the last words. Okay, well, we can respond to all of these three discussions again. Or so, Stephen, would you go first?
Yes, just very briefly, I think in terms of that relationship between arts education and cultural democracy, there's a huge amount of work that I think will be really useful to you from the community arts field, particularly a project that has been running in England called Creative People and Places, which is exactly about this project, and also a book called A Restless Art by Francois Matarasso. If you email me, I will send them all to you with the links and everything, because there's been really good work. I mean, it's not work that I'm hugely familiar with, but I kind of know that it is happening. And the book, I think you can download for free from the website as well. So yes, it's absolutely vital in terms of arts education. I probably wouldn't even call it arts education because that implies that somebody's here and they need to be educated. But yes, there's a lot of resources that I think you'd find helpful. So get in touch and I'll send them to you.
Kiara.
Yeah, so again, briefly as well, thanks again for your comments. Really interesting. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. So when I was speaking about 3 different areas, I meant that we should actually integrate these areas together. So digitalization is not just about communicating, but delivering a different type of services is not just delivering a type of services online, but to put together the offline and online. As you say, augmented reality is a great example. But while we're digitalizing, or while we move to the online type of services, we should not forget that although we offer it for free, if we decided as a museum or cultural organization to offer it for free, that does not mean our art worker or artist should work for free as well. So we should find a way to pay for them and to pay and acknowledge for their abilities, skills, and competence and time. And third, although we are, as Eunjo and Dr. Lee was mentioning, is a local type of audience. So we should definitely try to acknowledge which are the social impact of these our activities, both online and offline, to have a recognition of what we are doing. And we also have to think about different and innovative ways to measure these performances. How do we measure how do we measure the impact? How do we measure our activities, which sometimes is difficult, especially when they are online. Thank you.
You know what? I really want to add my opinions and feedback, but oh my God, it's already 4:43, and I think I have to stop our discussion here. So maybe we can continue to talk about these actually somewhere else. I think we can meet in some other symposium conference. We can listen. Well, so far we have finished all the invited speakers' presentations and discussions. And thank you again, Dr. Donnelly, Dr. Hadley, Dr. Porowski. I hope he successfully checked in on time. And thank you, Dr. Jinuli, Dr. Haewon Won, and Dr. Mingyung Kim for your great feedback too. Okay, I think this is it for this session. Thank you very much again. And our speakers have shared a rich array of perspectives on the challenges and opportunities of this extraordinary moment as we prepare to move forward in the post-pandemic world. So to help us localize the global and globalize the local, I will moderate a final roundtable discussion by Korean scholars. So this is the last session of this whole conference. Our 5 discussants are Dr. Ki-won Hong of Korea National University of Arts, Dr. In-Sal Kim of the Catholic University, Dr. Min-ha Lee of Chungang University, Dr. Shin-Ui Park of Kyung-hee University, and Dr. Young-Duk Seo of Chuge University of the Arts. So this roundtable session will be conducted in Korean and simultaneously translated to English. So 자, 지금부터 마지막 세션인 그 라운드테이블 토론을 시작하겠습니다. 지금 세션은 다 한국어로 하고요. 영어로 또 동시 통역될 예정이고요. 저희가 지금 이 라운드테이블 마지막 라운드테이블 디스커션을 통해서 오늘 하루 종일 12시부터 지금까지 거의 5시간 가까이 된 이 시간 동안 얘기했던 이 코비드-19 그 이 팬데믹 시대의 예술 경영에 대한 여러 가지 이야기들을 다시 한번 곱씹어보는 시간을 좀 갖도록 하겠습니다. 여기 같이 함께 해주실 교수님들 여기 소개 먼저 다시 한국어로 드리겠습니다. 저 김인설 가톨릭대학교 공연예술문화학과 교수님 여기 지금 잠깐 들어오시고요. 그리고 박신희 경희대학교 문화예술경영학과 교수님, 그리고 서영덕 추계예술대학교 엔터테인먼트 비즈니스학과 교수님, 그리고 이민아 중앙대학교 창의 ICT 대학교 교수님, 그리고 홍기원 한국예술종합학교 연구원 교수님 함께 자리해 주셨습니다. 혹시 박신희 교수님 지금 자리에 계시는 걸로 알고 있는데 괜찮으신가요, 교수님? 아, 지금 잠깐 저 바로 지금 박신희 교수님 잠깐 접속해 주시기 바랍니다. 자, 오늘 또 여기 지금 바로 제 옆자리에 하루 종일 또 이 자리에서 함께 해주신 학회 회장님이신 이만 교수님. 이만 교수님 한마디 여기 오셨으니까 잘 한마디 하시죠.
네, 장 교수님께서 잘 준비해 주시고 엄청난 수고를 해주셔서 우리 학회가 또 이런 엄청난 학회를 개최할 수 있게 돼서 굉장히 고맙고 감사하고요. 그다음에 우리 나머지 우리 학회 임원분들도 많이 노력해 주셔서 감사드립니다. 저는 즐겁고 행복합니다. 장 교수님 덕분에. 그리고 여러분 마지막 마무리 잘했으면 좋겠습니다.
예, 감사합니다. 오늘 라운드 테이블 디스커션은 원래 그 외국어로 진행되는, 영어로 진행되는 외국인 교수님들과 연구자님, 그 학자들의 얘기를 듣고 저희가 나름대로 이곳을 곱씹어보고 우리 곳을 체화하고자 하는 어떤 시간을 갖기 위해서 마련을 했었는데요. 시간이 많지가 않습니다. 벌써 47분이고요. 1시간 정도 예상했는데요. 조금 빨리 한번 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그런데 그 원래 교수님께 제가 따로 연락을 드렸지만 원래 하나하나 세션 하나하나 리뷰를 하려고 했다가 사실 그게 큰 의미가 없을 수 있다. 그래서 이제 전반적인 어떤 평을 먼저 얘기 듣고 거기에서 이제 저희가 이제 자유롭게 그 진행이 되면서 자유로운 어떤 주제가 나오면 그때 그런 얘기를 조금 더 깊게 얘기해보는 시간을 갖도록 해보겠습니다. 사실 깊은 얘기 가능하지 않을까라는 생각도 이미 들기는 하는데요. 그래도 사실 오늘 키가 되는 여러 가지 term들이 지속적으로 나오긴 했었어요. 그래서 근데 제가 이제 그것을 먼저 꺼내기보다는 교수님들 그리고 교수님들께 먼저 한번 그 의견을 듣고 오늘 전반적인 평을 듣고 제가 한번 계속 한번 토론을 이끌어 나가보도록 한번 해보겠습니다. 혹시 여기서 이제 장유유소라고 그래서요. 여기서 가장 그래도 그 많은 경험과 학식을 갖추신 우리 박신희 교수님 먼저 한번 말씀을 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 박신희 교수님 먼저.
지금 제 목소리 들리세요?
예, 들리긴 하는데 굉장히 멀리 들리는데요.
들리세요?
예, 들립니다.
아, 들려요?
예.
아, 그럼 됐습니다. 여태까지 그 목소리가 문제가 있었는데, 예, 그러면 예, 저기 오늘 정말 오랫동안 굉장히
저 볼륨을 좀 올리셔야 되는데. 거기.
이어폰 하시는 게 나은 것 같아요.
어떻게 하라고?
이어폰 하시는 게 더 잘 들리시는 것 같아요. 마이크가 더 가까이 와서.
마이크 지금 잘 들리세요?
네, 어느 정도 들립니다.
예. 자, 어느 정도 들린다고요?
예.
더 가까이 가야 되나요?
예. 지금 말씀하셔도 괜찮습니다.
예. 예. 일단은 전체적으로 굉장히 흥미롭게 들었고요. 그다음에 지리적으로 이게 전 세계를 거의 커버한다는 점에서 정말 굉장히 효율성이 높은 그런 그 학회였던 것 같습니다. 일단 전체적으로는 모든 그 발치자들이 이 코로나에 대비한 그 코로나의 상황에서 필요한 부분을 어떻게 대응할 것인가라는 각 지역별의 특수성 속에서 말씀을 해주셨다고 생각을 하는데요. 그런 점에서 가장 먼저 기초 발전하셨던 위조노프스키 교수님의 리질리언스라는 게 좀 큰 화두가 된 거는 굉장히 적절하지 않았나 그런 생각을 합니다. 그래서 결국은 모든 지역에서 이 코로나에 대한 대응 속에서 이 회복을 어떻게 가져갈 것이냐. 그런데 이 회복이라는 개념이 단순히 이전으로 돌아가는 것이 아니라 실제로 변화에 대한 적응력을 어떻게 키울 것인가. 그리고 또 실제 변화를 위해서 내부적인 저항이라든가 또는 새로운 창출의 이런 이 모순 간의 충돌과 이런 변주법적 결합들 이런 것들이 결국 리질리언스로 돼서 결국은 미래를 위해서 나아가는 것으로서의 회복 탄력성이라는 그런 의미로 받아들였고 그러면서 이제 실제로 저기 이 하베르가 그 얘기했던 것 중에 결국 그 변화에 대해서 이런 예술기업가 정신을 전 얘기해줬다고 봐서 결국 근데 사실 저도 이 부분에 굉장히 공감을 하는데요. 예술가들에게는 정말 변화에 대한 적응력, 그 적응력 속에서 결국은 예술이란 무엇인가라는 근본적인 질문을 다시 해야 되는 게 아닐까 이런 생각을 하고 있고요. 그러면서 이제 한편으로는 또 하비에르 입장은 이제 디지털 트랜스포메이션이라는 것이 트로이의 목마가 될 수 있다. 그러니까 예술에게는 오히려 악성 바이러스가 될 수도 있다라는 얘기는 굉장히 그거는 많은 그 공감대를 가질 수 있다고 보는데 그러면서 또 마지막에 했던 이제 우리 이탈리아의 키아라의 얘기로는 그러나 디지털라이제이션이나 이 디지털 트랜스포메이션이 단순히 온라인과 오프라인의 대체 개념이 아니라 기존의 오프라인에 있었던 모든 그런 활동과 어떤 의미들이 그 이상을 넘어서는 부분이 있다라고 해서 그 두 분의 의견들이 이렇게 서로가 조화롭게 될 수 있지 않을까. 그래서 우리는 한번 기술에 대해서 기술이 예술을 대체할 수 없음에 대한 것을 전제하면서도 어떻게 새로운 소통을 할 것인가라는 것으로 연결이 됐던 것 같습니다. 그러면서 이러한 그 새로운 소통 방식이 결국 루스 렌슬러가 아이델라이드 페스티벌을 구체적인 사례를 들었지만 사실은 하나의 페스티벌이 예술의 스테이터스들, 그러니까 법적인 그 조직의 근거들이 계속 변하면서 이런 새로운 세대에서 이 정부 보조금에 의존하지 않으면서도 어떤 새로운 대안을 찾을 수 있을지에 대한 또 하나의 쟁점을 던져줬다고 보고 이제 중국 같은 경우는 워낙 중국의 특수성이 있지 않아요. 거기는 오히려 내수로도 모든 문화산업 시장이 해결될 수 있는 그런 특수성 때문에 사실은 이 코로나가 가진 의미는 한 나라만 방역이 잘 됐다고 해결되는 게 아니라 전 세계가 연결돼 있어서 모든 세계의 국가들이 이 방역이 해결이 돼야만이 진정한 의미의 문화산업의 생태계가 돌아가는 건데 중국의 특수성을 조금 저희가 또 한번 이렇게 보게 된 것 같아요. 그래서 중국의 내수 시장으로도 이미 뭐 영화 산업이 회복세를 갔다는 그런 말씀을 좀 들었던 것도 인상적이었고 그래서 결국은 마킨의 그 얘기에서 결국 문화 생태계의 구조가 어떻게 바뀔 것이냐. 이 얘기는 이제 모든 분들이 다 얘기했던 것 같아요. 그래서 결국 저희가 고민해야 될 것이 앞으로 문화 생태계의 구조를 어떻게 바꿀 것인가라고 했을 때는 결국 문화 생태계를 구성하는 요소 간에 그 요소마다 또 변하는 지점들이 있을 것 같아요. 그러니까 문화 생태계는 이제 외적 변화가 있고 외적 관계가 있고 내적 관계가 있을 텐데 이 외적 관계라는 것은 디지털 트랜스포메이션이라든가 다양한 이런 환경 변화와 함께 그것들이 이제 내적으로 예술가와 그 다음에 그 문화 소비자와 그리고 또 관객이라는 개념도 완전히 이제는 바뀌어서 뭐 아까 키아라가 얘기한 것처럼 틱톡 같은 이런 그 작업들은 누구나 미술을 통해서 자기 이야기를 만드는 그래서 틱톡이라는 방식으로 새로운 형태의 이야기를 만들고 소통하는 방식이라는 점에서 관객이 더 이상 이제 단순한 문화 소비자가 아니라는 이런 지점들을 분명히 제시한 것 같거든요. 그래서 이 내부 구성 요소인 생태계의 내부 구성 요소인 관객이 바뀌어서 그래서 결국은 스티브의 얘기처럼 관객 개발 자체도 저는 새로운 차원으로 가야 된다라는 얘기고 결국은 이제 예술가들이 어떻게 이런 기술 융합을 받아들이면서 예술 창작 개념을 바꾸고 그리고 예술을 통해서 이 인간과 전 세계와 소통하는 방법을 새롭게 어떤 플랫폼 개념을 받아들이면서 더 스프레드 아웃 할 수 있을지 이런 것들이 쟁점으로 남았다고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 자, 이 정도로 정리하겠습니다.
박신희 교수님이 그냥 다 정리해 주셨는데요, 그냥 다 정리해 주셔가지고 감사드립니다. 지금 해보니까요, 여기 아직 그 토론자로 아직 들어와 계신 원혜연 박사님이나 김민경 박사님이나 이진규 박사님도 여기 잠깐 들어오셔서 같이 얘기하실 거 있으면 같이 얘기하셔도 되고요. 금방 키아라도 들어왔었는데, 키아라, if you want to come in and join us with your feedback, that's great. We welcome you. Okay? 홍경훈 교수님, 뭐 사실 지금 박신희 교수님께서 정리를 쫙 해주시긴 하셨는데 홍경훈 교수님 중간에 사실 좀 바쁘신 일이긴 하셨지만 그래도 한번 얘기를 한번
네, 저 죄송합니다. 제가 오늘 저희 학교가 석사 논문 심사하는 날이라 들락날락하면서 이렇게 집중을 해서 보지는 못했어요. 그래서 몇 세션은 이제 약간 이제 좀 제가 인게이지가 안 됐을 때 좀 보고 그래서 듣기는 했는데. 요즘 이제 제가 관심 갖고 있는 연구 주제 중에 하나가 예술 경영이라는 그 업이라 그래야 되나? 이거의 정체성 문제하고 우리의 직업이 가져야 하는 직업 윤리는 무엇인가 이거든요. 근데 이렇게 이 코비드 상황이라는 게 사실은 어떻게 보면 항상 예술에서 문제가 되어 왔던 그림자 노동 같은 문제들 또 예술 경영은 사실은 예술보다 훨씬 더 그림자 노동이거든요. 보이지 않는 뒤에서 일을 하는 노동들인데 그 노동들이 이러한 변화되는 상황에서 어떻게 하면 정말 뭔가 정체성을 그러지 않아도 찾기가 어려운데 이러한 더 굉장히 어려운 상황에서 우리가 갖는 직업 정체성 혹은 연구에 있어서의 학문적 연구의 정체성 뭔가 그런 거를 좀 근본적으로 고민하는 시기가 되어야 될 것 같다는 생각이 들었고요. 그래서 이보람 교수님이 이제 아들레이드 페스티벌의 정체성 문제를 물어보시는 게 저는 굉장히 마음에 와 닿았어요. 이게 어려운 상황이고 변화가 많을수록 사실은 우리 본질로 돌아가서 그 본질에 대해서 생각해보지 않으면 길을 잃게 되는 경우가 많다고 생각이 들거든요. 그래서 이제 이 예술 경영이라는 것에 이제 학문적, 직업적 정체성의 문제도 되게 중요한 것 같고, 그 다음에 이렇게 온라인이라든지 이런 굉장히 다양한 기술적인 요소들이 융합을 하면서 저는 윤리의 문제도 굉장히 중요하다고 생각을 해요. 뭐 기술 기반으로 이렇게 융합이 되면서 생겨나는 여러 저작권 같은 것도 사실은 예술에서의 저작권이라는 거는 굉장히 모호한 지점이 많거든요. 그래서 이런 것들을 우리 직업 공동체의 사람들이 어느 정도의 윤리적 기준을 가져갈 건가는 굉장히 많은 토론이 필요한 부분이라고 생각을 하거든요. 이 윤리의 문제는 그냥 개인의 어떤 도덕의 문제는 사실 이제는 더 이상 아니잖아요. 현대 사회에서는 어떤 한 공동체가 그 정체성을 바탕으로 무슨 기준을 가지고 윤리적인 행위를 하느냐의 문제이기 때문에 우리 연구 공동체라든지 직업 공동체가 추구하고자 하는 그런 윤리의 기준은 도대체 뭔가에 대해서 이야기를 굉장히 많이 나누어야 되는 시기가 왔다고 생각을 해요. 그래서 그런 문제들, 뭐 예를 들면 이제 그래서 뭐 도대체 예술 경영하는 사람들은 사실 이런 상황에서 굉장히 일을 더 많이 할 수도 있고요. 더 적게 할 수도 있거든요. 근데 아무도 알 수 없어요, 사실은. 그래서 그런 문제들을 우리가 어떻게 얘기할 것인가, 그런 것에 대해서 좀 고민이 많이 생기는 그런 주제들이었던 것 같아요. 네.
네, 교수님 감사합니다. 사실 저도 교수님 하신 말에 완전히 100% 동의하고 또 아마 저희 다음 학회는 아마 그런 주제로 한번 해봐야 되지 않을까. 굉장히 이제 어느 정도 이제 그러한 분위기가 성숙된 것 같아요. 이제 창의 노동, 좀 더 창의 노동, 우리 예술 경영이라는 직업, 예술 경영인이라는 직업인, 그리고 뭐 결국 그게 또 이제 뭐와 연관되는 이제 precarity, 뭐 프리랜싱, 뭐 기기 이코노미, 뭐 프로틴, 뭐 포트폴리오 커리어 이제 좀 본격적으로 얘기해야 될 때가 온 것 같고, 사실 이런 논의가 프로페셔널리즘, 예술 경영의 전문 직업과 맞물려서 논의가 안 되온 건 아닌데, 이 코비드 19, 코비드 19에 의해서 훨씬 더 중요한 의제로 자리 잡게 된 것도 확실한 것 같아요. 그래서 그런 부분을 저희가 조금 더 얘기할 수 있으면 참 좋겠다. 그 다음번 학회 때 이런 걸 조금 더 포커싱해서 하는 것도 좀 괜찮겠다 생각 많이 오늘 하게 됐습니다. 아까 교수님 말씀하신 대로 저도 그 정체성 얘기할 때 이 위기가 이 크라이시스가 팬데믹 크라이시스가 결국 아이덴티티 크라이시스, 근데 굉장히 많은 서로 다른 층위의 아이덴티티 크라이시스를 저에게 지금 던져준 것 같다는 느낌이 좀 들어서 그런 것도 충분히 논의해야 될 때가 오지 않았나 싶습니다. 자, 제 말은 좀 줄이고요. 자, 그럼 김인솔 교수님 한번 또 여기 한마디 해주시죠.
네, 저는 제 차례가 지금 3번째가 될 거라고 생각을 하지 못해서 죄송합니다. 제가 조금 당황했네요.
아, 맞다. 내가 장유서라고 얘기했는데.
네. 근데 저는 이제 오늘의 어떤 그 학술 대회에 총평을 해달라고 하셨지만 박신희 교수님이랑 홍기용 교수님께서 이미 너무 잘 요약을 해주셔서 뭐 저의 개인적인 관점을 말하자면 참 장웅조 교수님 체력이 대단하시다. 놀랍다. 어떻게 저렇게 긴 시간, 장시간을 그러면서 지금까지도 여전히 말을 이렇게 계속 하실 수 있을까. 네. 하여튼 저의 가장 인상 깊었던 부분입니다, 교수님. 근데 사실은 저도 이보람 교수님의 코멘트가 사실은 저에게 가장 강렬하게 다가왔던 부분이었던 것 같아요. 그래서 계속 얘기를 하시긴 하셨지만 홍경 교수님이 얘기해 주신 그 맥락에서 약간 벗어나서 우리가 그 질병이라는 역사상 물론 돌고 도는 이런 부분이긴 하지만 한 세대가 겪기에는 굉장히 예외적인 이런 그 전 지구적인 부분들을 같이 겪으면서 어떻게 보면은 기존에 했던 접근이 아닌 현상에 대한 새로운 재해석이 가장 요구되는 시점이 아닐까? 이런 생각들을 좀 하게 됐었어요. 그래서 실제 물론 그 스티븐 하드윅 박사님 교수님도 말씀하셨는데 이 세계 2차 대전 이후에 계속해서 얘기되어 왔던 문화의 민주화나 문화 민주주의라는 그런 프레임들이 어쩌면 이번 계기로 좀 다른 새로운 틀이라든가 패러다임들이 요구되는 그런 상황이 아닐까. 그래서 조금 더 나아가서 뭐 여기도 힘들었어, 이탈리아도 이런 일이 있었는데 우리가 이런 방식으로 디지털라이제이션에 이런 방식으로 좀 더 회복하려고 했고 각 나라마다 좀 동일한 패턴 안에서 우리가 해결점을 찾아가는 거는 사실이지만 실제 기존에 가지고 있었던 어떤 렌즈나 아니면 인식에서 좀 벗어나서 연구자들 또한 좀 새로운 방식으로 현상을 규명하고 좀 더 다른 방식으로 접근할 책임이 우리에게 좀 이렇게 물어지는 그런 시대가 아닌가 그런 좀 생각을 했었습니다. 그래서 실제 저는 뭐 조금 더 이야기를 하자면 제가 책임 연구자는 아니지만 지금 공동 연구자로 그 문화예술 트렌드 연구를 같이 진행하고 있는데 예술이 이렇게 다양한 방식의 정부의 지원과 공적 자금을 통해서 예술 경영인이든 예술인이든 뭔가 활동의 영역을 열어주고 있는 건 사실이지만 진짜 이러한 그 사회적 범사회적인 어떤 트렌드 안에서 예술이 기여한 게 뭘까? 또 혐오 사회라는 거가 인종 안에서도 드러나고 세대 안에서도 드러나고 성 안에서도 드러나는데 기존의 예술이 가지고 있는 그 자아 성찰이나 아니면 뭔가 다양한 목소리를 끌어내는 그런 역량들이 과연 현 사회에서 우리가 충분히 발휘할 수 있도록 예술 경영자 연구자들이 그런 내면들을 제대로 짚어내고 있는가에 대해서는 좀 다시 한번 생각할 수 있는 그런 기회를 준 것 같아요. 그래서 뭐 류승원 회장님도 그렇고 오늘 엄청난 체력을 보여주신 장은주 교수님께 심심한 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
아유, 감사합니다. 전 사실 저질 체력으로 유명한데 겨우겨우 버티고 있어요. 사실 저질 체력으로. 그래서 저 사실 오늘 계속 나왔던 단어들이 재밌는 단어들이 몇 개가 있어서 reinterpretation, redefinition이라는 단어가 각각의 연사들 분들께서 계속 재해석, 재정의라는 단어를 굉장히 많이 쓰셨던 것도 좀 기억에 남거든요. 결국 우리가 지금까지 관행적으로 해왔던 많은 특히 예술 경영에서도 관행적으로 해왔던 다른 데서 차용해서 그냥 쉽게 이제 적용해서 하려고 했던 여러 가지 연구들에 대해서 다시 한번 재고 혹은 재해석 혹은 재정의를 해봐야 될 필요성을 다시 한번 다들 느끼고 있는 것 같아요. 저희만 그런 건 아니고 다들 그래서 그 부분에 대해서 결국에는 열심히 더 공부해야겠다라는 생각이
맞습니다.
결국에는 자 우리 또 장유사라고 했지만은 우리 한번 무너졌으니까 서영덕 교수님 한번 말씀 주시죠. 장유사가 거꾸로 서서 이제 교수님
마이크요.
언뮤트 해주셔야 돼요.
네, 공식 막내가 될 줄 알았는데 아니네요. 네.
무슨 소리세요 지금 교수님? 너무 갑자기 불쾌해진다.
네. 저도 평이라기보다는 이제 오늘 한 명이 이제 뭐 공부한 거죠. 이제 여러 발표자분들, 토론자분들의 의견을 통해서 공부가 뭐라고 하죠? 저는 이제 뒤통수 맞는 느낌이라고 하는데 이제 인상 깊었던 공부 내용인 것 같습니다. 이제 앞으로 조금 더 고민을 해보고 싶은 내용이긴 한데요. 일단 저도 약간 디지털이라는 거에 대한 트로이 목마 비유가 조금 많이 남는 것 같아요. 그리고 그 부분이 이제 약간 저는 과거로 이제 넘어가는 것 같습니다. 뭐냐면 실제 이제 앞으로 지금 문화예술의 코비드 이후의 어떤 사례에 대한 예측은 어려운 거잖아요. 제가 하기에는. 근데 우리 옆에는 사실 과거에 그게 있는 것 같아요. 그러니까 음악 산업이라고 할게요. 그러니까 이제 이런 컴퓨터 상황은 아니지만 음악 산업에서의 이만큼의 타격이라는 것은 사실 디지털에 의한 불법 복제 이슈가 그만큼이었을 것 같아요. 실제로 음악 산업에는. 그래서 지금은 이제 거의 이제 불법 복제 이슈는 그래도 다 이제 넘어간 것 같습니다. 그죠? 우리의 인식의 변화이기도 하고 기술적인 발전에 의해서도 이제 뭐 더 이상 우리가 그걸 심각하게 받아들여지는 않으니까 음악 산업에서의 불법 복제라는 어떤 위기는 극복이 되었다라고 보는데요. 다만 이제 그 위기가 극복이 되어서 우리는 이제 잊고 살 수 있지만 실제로 음악의 창작자들은 그러면 그 과거로 이제 불법 복제가 없었던 그 과거로 돌아갔느냐를 보면 사실은 그렇지 않다라고도 얘기할 수 있는 면이 있는 것 같아요. 뭐냐면 이제 창작자들은 이제 불법 복제는 해결됐지만 또 다른 형태의 어떤 부당함을 겪고 있다라고도 얘기할 수 있는 것 같아요. 뭐 예를 들면 이제 유통 구조에서의 수익의 어떤 많은 부분이 이제 전송업체에게 할당이 되었으니까 그 실제 창작자에게 가는 그 레비뉴 쉐어라는 부분이 분명히 이제 그 과거만큼 회귀가 되지는 않았을 거고요. 그 다음에 또 하나는 이제 이런 새로운 환경에서의 이제 새로운 가격 정책인 거죠. 그러니까 뭐 전송업체의 수익도 있지만 우리가 보통 그 월 정액제라고 얘기하나요? 무한 어떤 스트리밍에 따른 월 정액제라는 이런 어떤 새로운 시장에서의 가격 정책이든 뭐 분배 정책이든 배분 정책이든 어떤 그런 새로움에 우리는 이제 그 당사자가 아닌 우리 사회는 이제 더 이상 얘기를 할 필요가 없어졌다라고 얘기할 정도로 이제 그냥 넘어간 부분이지만 실제로 이제 음악에서의 창작자분들은 불법 복제 이후로도 여전히 그 변화된 어떤 그와 이제 그네들이 이제 그분들이 느끼는 부당함일 수도 있는데 그거와의 이제 싸움은 계속 하고 있지 않느냐라고 생각이 됩니다. 그러면 이제 이게 어떻게 적용이 되냐면 아마 코로나 상황에서 우리가 말씀드렸듯이 이제 문화예술 쪽도 그죠, 디지털이든 혹은 뭐 AR이든 VR이든 이 새로운 기술에 의해서 이제 한번 됐고 이제 코로나 상황이 끝났을 때 그럼 그것들이 다 다시 그 이전으로 돌아갈 거냐 아닐 거라는 거죠. 그러니까 다시 그 새로운 기술들은 여전히 이제 코로나 이후에도 이제 적응이 될 거고 이제 뭐라고 하죠? 이렇게 우리 이 예술 생태계에 들어오게 되겠죠. 그러면 자 코로나 끝났을 때 자 코로나 상황에서 이 위기는 끝난다가 아닐 수 있다라는 거죠. 우리가 음악 산업을 유추해 보면, 그러니까 그 이후에 그 새로운 기술들이 음악 산업에서의 어떤 전송 기업 업체가 되고 새로운 가격 정책과 분배 정책이 적용이 되듯이 아마 예술 분야도 그렇게 바뀌어 간다면 이게 끝났을 때 우리가 더 이상 이제 위기는 끝났다가 아니라 새로운 형태의 이제 가만히 있다가는 코로나 끝나면 끝이다라고 생각했던 게 이제 다시 아마 우리의 고민거리를 던져주지 않을까라는 생각은 드는 거죠. 그 새로운 어떤 정책, 시장의 어떤 변화에 의해서. 그리고 이제 문화민주 같은 개념인 것 같습니다. 이제 문화민주주의라는 개념 나오듯이 이렇게 되면 이제 예술에 대한 어떤 영역이나 범위에 대한 어떤 사회적 합의는 또 달라지겠죠. 이전과 달리. 그러면 사실 많이 뭉뚱그려질 것 같아요. 그럼 뭉뚱그려진다는 얘기는 그만큼 아까 말씀드렸던 창작자들의 어려움을 우리가 그러니까 뭐죠? 공유하지 않을 가능성도 커질 수 있지 않느냐라는 부분입니다. 왜냐하면 이제 우리가 음악 산업 이제 불법 복제 끝났기 때문에 음악 산업은 계속 그 뭐죠? 그러니까 상승하고 있습니다. 그러니까 겉으로 데이터적으로 볼 때는 음악 산업은 계속 발전하고 있죠. 그러면 창작자들의 어려움은 없어질 것이다라고 우리는 생각하기 쉽지만 거기에는 말씀드렸던 나쁜 건 아니죠. 좋은 역할을 하고 있죠. 전송업체의 전송기업들의 시장 규모도 거기 포함되어 있는 거거든요. 그러니까 앞으로도 이제 우리가 자세히 안쪽을 안 보면 겉으로만 볼 때는 이제 다 좋아졌다라고 판단할 수 있지만 이제 실제 속으로는 그렇지 않을 수도 있다라는 걸 저는 이제 뭐 예술 경영자 분이든 아니면 우리 연구자 분이든 이제 우리가 갖고 있는 이제 생각하고 있는 예술에 대한 그 뭐죠? 그러니까 사랑이 있다면 앞으로도 계속 코로나가 끝나더라도 말씀드렸던 그 뭐죠? 그 데이터 수치로만 이제 뭉뚱그려져서는 보이지 않는 내부적인 부분들도 계속 관심을 가지고 좀 해야 되지 않을까? 그리고 준비도 해야 되지 않을까라는 생각을 좀 오늘 배우게 되었습니다. 네, 이상입니다.
교수님, 미스터 둔 같아요. 이제 위기가 끝난 게 아니다. 또 위기가 또 올 것이다.
그럴 것 같은데요. 저도 그럴 것 같은데요, 교수님 진짜로. 네.
저는 사실 그 말에 되게 아까 전에 루스 교수님, 루스 렌첼 교수님 얘기에서 제가 그 질문했던 것 중에 하나가 사실 지금 2008년, 2009년에 그 당시에 그 경제 위기, 전 세계적 경제 위기 때 보면은 전 세계적으로 일어났던 현상 중에 하나가 프라이버타이제이션, 민영화, 그리고 뭐 이런 국가로부터의 유럽에서도 굉장히 많이 나타났었는데 국가 지원으로부터의 예술의 어떤 독립, 좋게 얘기하면 그렇고 국가 지원을 버젯 컷을 많이 해서 그 유럽조차도 그 이제 펀드레이징을 많이 강조하게 되는 그런 변화가 심각하게 있었는데 이번 이 팬데믹 크라이시스에서는 이번 크라이시스에서는 오히려 거의 모든 국가가 거의 묻지 않고 정부 지원을 엄청나게 늘리고 있는 전 세계적인 현상이거든요, 지금. 근데 거기에서 얘기했더니 그게 굉장히 큰 차이인 것 같다. 맨 처음 2008년, 9년에 이제 파이낸셜 크라이시스 때는 오히려 정부 지원을 줄이는 방향으로 나타나는데 이번에 이 소셜 디자스터 혹은 어떤 그 팬데믹 디자스터 크라이시스에서는 이 정부 지원을 갑자기 확 늘리는 그런 거의 퀘스천 없이 갑자기 확 늘리는 현상이 많이 나타나는데 재미있는 건 아까 전에 그 루스 렌첼 교수님이 호주는 거기에 대한 반동이 벌써 일어나고 있다. 그래서 지금 정부 지원을 갑자기 확 끊어가지고 또 갑자기 내몰리는 예술단체가 또 생겨났다. 저는 충분히 예견이 가능하거든요. 우리나라에서도. 분명히 지금 눈먼 돈들이 막 풀리고 있다가 갑자기 이제 나중에 수습해야 될 때가 분명히 온다면 그때 위기 약간 기술적 근데 그러한 그 경제적 위기도 있고 제 생각엔 기술적 위기도 지금 그 기술적으로 보면은 강제된 적응 그 기술에 대한 강제된 적응이 굉장히 지금 눈에 띄는데 거기에 대한 분명한 반동도 있을 거라는 생각이 들어요. 사실은 후에 가면. 그래서 그런 부분도 충분히 좀 예견하고 공부해야 될, 좀 주시해야 될 부분이 아닌가라는 생각을 좀 많이 했었다. 이거 자꾸 내가 말을 자꾸 많이 하면 안 돼요. 죄송합니다. 이면하 교수님, 이면하 교수 한번 거기서 한번 얘기 주시죠.
네, 마지막으로 호명해 주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 저는 일단 오늘 이 컨퍼런스를 되게 제 개인적인 수요, 제 개인적인 니즈 때문에 상당히 열심히 들었는데 일단 저는 2학기 수업 커리큘럼을 새로 짜고 새로 수업 교환을 만들어야 되는 상황에서 다른 비슷한 입장에 계신 분들이 어떤 식으로 지금 세상을 보고 계신지 볼 수 있어서 상당히 도움이 많이 됐고요. 그 다음에 몇 가지 키워드들을 좀 나열을 해보면 일단 디지털 환경, 그리고 기업가 정신, 회복 탄력성, 그리고 사용자 경험 디자인, 지속 가능성 이런 키워드들을 제 나름대로 이 학교에서 교육 커리큘럼을 짜야 되는 이런 교육자의 수요로 한번 나열을 해봤고요. 일단 저도 아까 앞서 많은 교수님들이 말씀을 해주셨는데 그 에르난데스 교수님이 보여주신 이미지 두 개가 상당히 아직까지도 잔상에 남아요. 그래서 바다가 이렇게 두 갈래로 쫙 갈라지는 그런 기적을 디지털이 행할 것인가, 아니면 그 트로이 목마 같은 그런 여러 가지 역작용들이 일어날 수 있을 것인가, 그리고 그 디지털 환경에서 우리가 새로운 고객 개발이 가능하다는 그런 좀 장밋빛 희망을 갖고 있지만 그게 과연 현실적으로 가능할 것인가, 그 부분에 대해서는 좀 새로 고려를 해봐야 된다. 그런 부분이 굉장히 인상 깊었고, 그리고 이런 환경에서 예술가 그리고 예술 경영가가 지금 해야 될 일이 무엇인가, 거기에 있어서 그 기업가 정신의 필요성, 그 부분이 저는 굉장히 인상이 깊었고요. 그리고 이 기업가 정신 교육을 대학에서 행함에 있어서 그 근간이 되어야 되는 부분이 바로 위조머스키 교수님이 지적해 주신 회복 탄력성이지 않을까 싶습니다. 그래서 여러 가지 이렇게 변화하는 상황에서 예술가 그리고 예술 경영가가 스스로도 살아남고 그리고 사회 그리고 대중하고의 그런 관계성을 잘 만들어 나가기 위해서는 이런 회복 탄력성을 스스로 개발을 해야 되는데 그거를 도와줘야 되는 것이 대학이나 여러 가지 교육기관이고, 그리고 그 기업가 정신의 교육을 만드는 근간에 이 회복 탄력성이라는 개념을 딱 이렇게 파운데이션으로 둘 때 그 기업가 정신이 원활하게 발현될 수 있다고 생각을 하고요. 근데 이 회복 탄력성이라는 개념은 또 상당히 추상적이어서 아까 그 위조머스키 교수님이 말씀해 주신 아까 기관에 초점을 두셔서 말씀을 하셨는데 이 조직 운영 측면 그리고 그 관계성의 측면에서 말씀을 해주셨는데 그 관계성의 측면에서 초점을 맞춰서 회복 탄력성을 어떻게 길러야 될 것인가, 교육 쪽에서 어디에 초점을 맞춰야 될 것인가 좀 실천적인 방법으로 생각을 해보면은 그때 그 경험 디자인, 사용자 경험이 맞물릴 수 있을 것 같아요. 그래서 이 사용자에 대한 이해, 디지털 환경에서 예술가가 작품을 만들 때 그리고 예술 경영가가 그것을 유통할 때 사용자가 디지털 환경에서 어떤 경험을 하는가, 그리고 사용자들을 어떤 방식으로 이해해야 되는가, 거기에 대한 이해가 이 디지털 환경에서 예술가 그리고 예술 경영가가 가져야 될 가장 중요한 덕목이 아닐까 생각을 합니다. 그리고 또 아까 지속 가능성 측면에서도 얘기를 해보자면 이 디지털 환경에서 새로운 고객층이 새롭게 들어오게 될 때 그 사람들한테 어떤 메시지를 전달을 할 것인가, 내용적인 측면에서 이 사회적인 영향력에 대한 부분, 그 다음에 이 예술가나 예술 경영가의 이런 경제적인 지속 가능성의 부분, 아까 그 키아라 교수님이 말씀하셨듯이 온라인 콘텐츠가 마냥 무료일 수만은 없고 거기서 어떻게 수익 창출을 해야 할 것인가, 그것을 고민할 때 이 사용자에 대한 경험을 이렇게 여러 각도에서 이해를 하고 어떤 식으로 내가 이 무료, 유료 이런 부분에 대해서 그 재정적인 지속 가능성을 발현할 수 있을 것인가, 그것에 대한 고민이 사용자에 대한 고민에서 촉발될 수 있으리라고 생각이 들고요. 그래서 이런 기업가 정신의 교육에 있어서 사용자 경험에 대한 부분, 예술가나 예술 경영가가 예술을 향유하는 사람들에 대한 고민을 어떻게 좀 전방위적으로 그리고 다각적으로 해야 될 것인가, 그리고 이 예술 경영가 그리고 예술가를 교육하는 사람들 역시 그 부분을 어떤 식으로 교육 커리큘럼에 녹여야 될 것인가, 그 부분에 대해서 저는 좀 고민을 계속 해봤던 것 같습니다. 이상입니다.
정리 정말 잘하시네요, 교수님. 적어가지고 나중에 뭐 정말 이거
당장 2학기 수업이 너무 급박해서.
예, 정말 엄청나시네요, 다들. 오늘 그 정리 참 너무 제가 정리하면서 다시 한번 곱씹게 된 것 같아요. 그러니까 그래서 좀 저도 공부를 좀 많이 했던 것 같고, 특히나 제가 재밌게 봤던 거는 그리고 조금 자부심이 느껴졌던 부분은 뭐냐면, 오늘 얘기한 많은 것들이 사실 우리 얘기해왔던 것들, 지난 1년간 이 우리나라에서 대부분 얘기해왔던 것들이고, 비슷하구나라는 생각하면서 우리가 어찌 보면 조금 더 이런 부분을 조금 더 많이 얘기했는데 라는 생각도 살짝은 들었었어요. 그런데 더욱더 재밌게 느꼈던 건 아까 키아라가 back to the mission, 미션으로 다시 돌아가기, 기본으로 다시 돌아가기, 이런 얘기를 아까 했었는데, 그때 들었던 생각 중에 하나가 이제 스티븐 헤들리 교수님 같은 경우 그 문화의 민주화와 문화 민주주의에 관련돼서 어찌 보면 우리는 한 20년 전부터 써왔던 아주 기본적인 프레임을 다시 재정립하고자 하는 어떤, 혹시 그 틀로서 지금의 현상을 다시 재해석하고자 하는 어떤 그런 것들도 되게 유효한 어떤 접근법이 될 수 있겠다. 어찌 보면은 지금 우리가 지금 보면 예술 경영에서, 우리 예술 경영계에서, 예술 경영 학계에서 사실 언급되는 수많은 이론들 정말 많거든요. 그러니까 그 방법론도 정말 다양하게 쓰고 있는데, 그런 것들이 너무나도 이미 당연시하게 너무 기본적으로 얘기가 되는 것들을 다시 한번 제대로 한번 더 봐야겠다는 생각을 오늘 저는 좀 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 아까 지금 결국에는 redefine, reinterpret 뭐 이런 것과 좀 다시 연관되는 것 같아서, 다시 한번 아까 제가 여기 같이 저희 회장님과 같이 저희 방에서 있었는데, 제가 박사과정 때 한 서너 번 읽었던 책을 하나 꺼내시더라고요. 갑자기 그 Diffusion of Innovation이라는 책인데, 제가 그 책을 한 서너 번 읽었었거든요. 그러니까 그때 막 줄쳐서 읽었던, 다시 읽어봐야겠다, 다시 한번 그 기본으로 한번 돌아가서 다시 한번 공부해야겠다, 이런 생각을 좀 해봤습니다. 저 박신희 교수님 또 손을 드시네요. 예, 말씀해주시죠.
그럼에도 불구하고 저는 지금 저희가 얘기하지 않은 굉장히 시급한 사안이 있다고 봐요. 그러니까 뭐냐면 지금 얘기 뭐 다 지속 가능성, 그다음에 새로운 회복 탄력성, 그다음에 관계 회복력, 그다음에 아이덴티티 문제, 뭐 다 그거는 이전부터 다 새롭게 해석하면 좋았던 문제라고 생각하는데요. 지금 문제는 정말 급박하게 관객이 완전히 바뀌었다는 거예요. 그러니까 저희가 옛날 관객 개발에서 가장 좋은 사례로 태양의 서커스를 얘기하고, 그다음에 빌바오 구겐하임을 얘기를 해요. 태양의 서커스 망했고요. 그리고 빌바오 구겐하임도 관객 수가 그만큼 들지 않는 한 수익이 날 수가 없어요. 그리고 관객들은 이미 메타버스 수준으로 가서 이제는 익스피리언스의 개념으로 지금 들어가고 있어요. 그 익스피리언스는요, 절대로 이 오프라인이 아니에요. 다 온라인 익스피리언스로 들어가고 있고, 저희가 상상하기 어려울 정도로 관객은 그 경험과 그들의 기대치는 완전히 앞서가 있고요. 완전 패러다임이 이미 바뀌었어요. 그렇기 때문에 이 관객 개발이라는 논의가 조금은 너무 느슨한 거 아닌가, 좀 그런 생각이 들거든요. 굉장히 지금 급박하게 돌아가고 있기 때문에 그런 점에서 예술 경영의 패러다임이 진짜 바뀌었다고 저는 생각을 하고 있는데, 그 패러다임이 바뀌었다는 거를 제가 전적으로 무슨 기술 의존적이라든가 뭐 아니면 아까 트로이의 목마 같은 염려를 안 한다거나 이런 건 아닌데요. 지금의 현실은 오히려 저희가 얘기하는 것보다도 더 급박하게 가고 있다라는 그런 지점을 조금 좀 강조하고 싶었어요. 그래서 그 부분의 논의들에서 좀 더 구체적으로 이렇게 갔으면 좋겠는데, 중요한 건 뭐냐면 지금 사회적 분위기나 전 세계적 분위기가 리질리언스, 아까 얘기를 했지만 그냥 옛날로 돌아갈 것처럼 지금 분위기가 막 만들어지고 있어요. 그래서 아까 호주에서 얘기한 것처럼 진짜 정부 보조금도 이제 다 없던 얘기가 될 것 같고, 그다음에 한국에서 또 논의됐던 가장 큰 핵심은 아티스트들에게 고용보험을 적용하고 심지어는 아티스트를 대상으로 한 기본소득 논의까지 지금 지역에서는 나오고 있는 수준인데 이런 논의가 다 없어질 것 같은, 그리고 또다시 예술은 고립된 섬에 가지 않을까 이런 느낌이기 때문에 저희로서는 오히려 조금 더 다급하게 이 논의를 끌어가야 되지 않을까. 그래서 저는 그 고객이 바뀌었고 고객의 익스피리언스 중심으로 이렇게 메타버스까지 가는 수준을 고려하게 된다면 저는 오히려 이게 유리할 수 있다라고 봐요. 그래서 이 예술이 더욱더 사회적 역할과 이 사회에서의 예술의 필요성을 좀 더 넓게 공감하게 하는 그런 지점이 있다고 보는데, 그 중에 저는 하나는 아까 뭐 틱톡 얘기도 했지만 뭐 내셔널 갤러리에서 이제 게인스버러의 그 초상화를 가지고 그것을 이전에는 초상화를 미술관에 가면은 미술사가가 막 요약해준 내용으로 전문 지식을 제공을 하는 건데, 그렇게 하지 않고 온라인에서 아주 일반적인 사람들이 모여서 그 그림에 대한 얘기를 하는 거예요. 그랬더니 그 그림에 대한 새로운 지식이 탄생해요. 그러니까 각자의 삶에서 그 그림을 바라본 거죠. 근데 그게 다양한 그 관객층의 그 자기 삶의 배경으로 그것을 바라보니까 새로운 이야기와 새로운 지식이 나온다는 거죠. 자, 그렇게 된다면 저는 이제는 예술을 오프라인의 직접적인 그런 체험으로 보는 것도 또 하나의 고유 영역이지만, 오히려 앞으로는 온라인상에서 예술이 하나의 정보이자 지식이자 자기 삶의 소재이자 이런 식으로 저는 예술을 접근하게 될 것 같아요. 그러니까 그 접근성 개념이 우리가 문화의 민주화에서 얘기했던 접근성 개념과 다른 차원으로 가게 되면서 우리가 다시 문화의 민주화와 문화민주주의를 다시 또 얘기할 수 있지 않을까. 그래서 이제 예술의 그 체험 방식이 바뀌었다는 거, 그리고 예술이 하나의 지식과 정보의 소재로서 자원으로서 지금 저는 오고 있다라는 지점, 그 지점을 좀 더 크게 그렇게 바라보고, 이 지점을 지금 요즘 연구하고 고민하고 있습니다.
감사합니다. 저도 저 100% 동의하고요. 한 200% 동의하나요? 그리고 굉장히 희망적인 얘기로 또 끝맺어 주시는 것 같아가지고 다행인 것 같아요. 제 위기가 끝난 게 아니야, 위기로서. 뭐 이거보다는 좀 희망적인 얘기로 끝나는 것 같아서 너무 다행이라고 생각하고, 또 저희는 제 생각에는 좀 자신감을 가져도 될 것 같다는 생각을 좀 갖고 있는 게, 사실 지금 논의되고 있는 메타버스에 대한 많은 논의들이 거의 20년 전에 세컨드 라이프, 예술 경영에서 세컨드 라이프 얘기들 때 사실상 거의 다 나왔던 논의들이 지금 다시 반복되고 있다는 느낌이 좀 있거든요. 사실 그러면 우리는 다시 또 한번 보고 조금 더 깊이 있게 보고, 아까 얘기했듯이 변화된 관객들을 중심으로, 그러니까 프로듀서에서 입장이 아니라 관객들의 입장에서, 관객들이 아까 전에 이제 그때와 달라진 건 20년 전과 달라진 거는 20년 전의 세컨드 라이프를 즐기던 사람과 지금 메타버스를 지금 주로 이용하는 초중학생들의 그 관객들이 많이 달라졌다는 거. 그런 부분을 조금 중시해서 좀 더 공부를 좀 한다면은 지금 어떤 우리가 실제로 변화를 조금 더, 실제 우리가 예술 경영학계가 오히려 전반적인 어떤 경영학계의 일반 경영학계의 어떤 그런 논의도 저희가 추동할 수 있을 거라는 생각, 그런 믿음이 좀 있습니다. 시간이 벌써 다시 26분이고요. 저희 시간이 정말 없는데 뭐 한마디 꼭 더 하셔야 되실 분이 있을까요? 저희 이 정도에서 마쳐야 될 것 같습니다. 괜찮으실까요, 교수님들? 자, 그러면은 마치는 건 항상 여기 저희 학회장님께 한번 한마디 더 해주시고요. 한마디만.
저는 오늘 장홍조 교수님께서 이렇게 수고해 주시고 전 세계의 많은 분들을 초청해서 진짜 우리가 굉장히 어려운 자리에서 전 세계 석학들한테 코비드 19에 대한 대응과 어떤 생각들, 고견을 들을 수 있어서 참 행복했던 것 같고요. 우리 학회도 마찬가지로 이제 그런 거를 통해서 좀 발전할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 근데 제 생각은 이제 이래요. 이런 코비드 19 이전과 이후를 비교하면 거의 비슷한데 이게 이제 어떤 우리 사회가 앞으로 빨리 변화하는 모멘텀이 돼서 빨리 변화하는 촉매개의 역할을 하지, 항상 변해왔던 것 같아요. 디지털 얘기하지만 그전에도 있었고 4차 산업혁명도 있었고 있었기 때문에, 근데 우리가 그걸 멀다고 생각해서, 문화예술 경영이나 문화예술계에서 멀다고 생각해서 웨이 오브 띵킹을 어떻게 할 것이냐만 고민을 했었어요. 근데 이게 모멘텀이 되고 촉매가 되면서 이제 웨이 오브 띵킹이 아니고 웨이 오브 두잉에 대한 거를 진지하게 고민할 시기가 온 것 같고, 그거를 통해서 모든 환경이 다 변한 것 같아요. 그래서 우리가 좋은 계기가 되고, 항상 늘 있어왔던 거지만 조금 앞당겨졌다고 생각하고 좀 대응을 하면 되지 않을까. 그래서 오늘 자리는 아주 뜻깊은 자리고 다시 한번 말씀드리지만 우리 장홍조 교수님의 노고와 수고 덕분에 우리가 이런 소중한 자리를 얻을 수 있어서 참 행복했다고 생각하고 우리 회원분들 모두 우리 임원분들 모두 그리고 전 세계에서 참여해 주신 모든 분께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 고맙습니다.
감사합니다. 사실 저희가 공식적으로 또 감사해야 될 두 기관이 있어서요. 저희 한국연구재단 이 행사를 후원해주신 한국연구재단과 그리고 재단법인 예술경영지원센터에 깊은 감사를 드립니다. 그리고 저희가 이제 이게 국작술 대회다 보니까 제가 영어로 마지막을 또 마쳐야 될 것 같아서요. 지금부터 또 영어로 또 마지막으로 하겠습니다. 오늘 여기 끝까지 함께해 주신 모든 분들 감사드립니다. Thank you very much, all of you who have participated in this conference, and the audience as well as presenters and discussants. And thank you for staying with us over the last 5 hours. And it has been a privilege to provide this venue for sharing the research, analysis, and practical knowledge of leaders in the field of arts and cultural management. Thank you all for your support and contributions, and we hope we can meet each other in person soon. Thank you very much.
강의